whole apple. What happened?
I don't know.
Allah ate it. Allah ate it.
Because he was too stupid.
Excuses.
Thousands. Who ate the apple? What happened?
I don't know.
Who ate the whole apple? What happened?
I don't know.
Allah ate it. Allah ate it.
Because he was too stupid.
Excuses.
Thousands. Who ate the apple? What happened?
I don't know.
Who ate the whole apple? What happened?
I don't know.
Allah ate it. Allah ate it.
Because he was too stupid.
Excuses.
Thousands. Who ate the apple? What happened?
I don't know.
Who ate the whole apple? What happened?
I don't know.
Allah ate it. Allah ate it.
Because he was too stupid.
Excuses.
Thousands. Who ate the apple? What happened?
All right. We are live. Welcome back to Recent Answers, everyone. You're home for the
crackhead clown individuals.
Today we have an interesting show. You guys probably remember Behind Veils, the Muslim channel that revealed the Muhammad Hijab sexual abuse scandal. Well, they are back with some new material on academic fraud. There are now 4 videos in the series. The first one dropped like the last week of December. Lots of other things were going on, and it wasn't like super pressing, but we said, okay, the more information keeps coming out. I think that it's a worthwhile covering. So we're actually going to look at that first video today. It is in the range of 40 minutes long, so we'll only have a chance to get through that one, but it lays out the major evidence. And then, as was the case in the Muhammad Hijab, subsequent videos are like back and forth on information, calling out parties, trying to cover it up, and so forth. We may or may not cover those videos in a future episode, but wanted to at least get the core information out there. We are, of course, joined by Mary today.
She has some scary intellectual abilities to pour through massive amounts of sources and information, and is pretty brutal. If she weren't so busy doing other stuff, I think she would be wrecking Islam by herself.
Welcome, Mary.
Hello. And speaking of pouring through some stuff, I had some help from a native Arabic speaker to find sources that I had heard and could not find myself very easily. And I now have a full article up on the 5 ways now. I came up with one more way while I was writing it. 5 ways now that Muhammad's mother, her propensities toward promiscuity, and the resulting fraudulent paternity of Muhammad, how they all relate to ways in which Islam is false. I was up till very late at night compiling all those sources, and I will put them in the chat. This one is not fully edited yet because I need to have other people read over it because I can't always see my own typos and don't always realize whenever it makes sense in my head and not in anyone else's. But I will share that in the chat.
Excellent. Getting articles to back the recent program there. There we go. Just having a problem with the cat cam, just a loose cable. Got that corrected, so we can get the cat cam up here as well. So the subject of this video is Omar Sulieman. What do you know about Omar, Mary?
He is the head, or one of the major heads of the Yaqeen Institute, right? and they try to make Islam sound all pretty and nice and it helps women and it's wonderful. So they're semi-progressive. Like they don't flat out deny things that Islam teaches. They just kind of reframe it. You know, this whole wife beating stuff, it's not really beating, that kind of thing, right? And so, but he is also his credentials are fraudulent, and a lot of people in the Yakin Institute apparently have credentials. Well, plagiarism. He had other people help write his thesis, and because he couldn't handle it himself, and a number of people in the Yakin Institute are just academic frauds. Shocker, I know, everyone. No one would expect a prominent Muslim person to have fraudulent academics. And this is not something that ever gets called out in Islam, like ever, until, guess what? We have behind veils, like actually saying something about it, which is pretty cool and very surprising. So
we actually got the double cat cam going here. So the cats are very interested. Hope your guys are interested as well. Bulldozer says all Yakin members are clowns and liars. I mean, you could just say all people involved with Dawah, although that's not entirely true. There are a few people that I think are genuine, mistaken, of course, but not intentionally lying. Lying requires intent. The Yakin Institute, however, what I've seen of their articles and whatnot, I question whether they actually believe the stuff they are saying, or they are just desperately trying to find ways to justify some unsavory aspects of Islam, but make them look palatable. So I don't have a high opinion. I don't have a high opinion of the Institute, but that's neither here nor there, because this is about the particular individual, Omar Sulieman, who may or may not have committed academic fraud. We'll see the evidence today. And
we have someone I haven't seen before in the chat who goes by Lady Bay Biker. And I would like to remind anyone who does not know that biking is deeply frowned upon by several schools of Islamic jurisprudence, because the muftis, they conclude that women will find sexual pleasure in a bike, and men will look at their butts and then just can be uncontrollably consumed with desire because they will see their butts outlined by their clothing. So I just wanted to remind everyone of the intelligence and beauty that is true Islam in this little reminder.
And we do have gifted memberships from Jack Ray to start us off.
We are asking you to give a loan to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and believe me, that will be paid back in ways you can never imagine.
Who is it that would loan Allah a goodly loan so he may multiply it for him many times over?
Allahu Akbar. I love that verse. Every time we donate to projects, we're giving a loan to our Creator, the most generous, who will return it to us in this life.
Brothers and sisters, can you afford to miss out on this opportunity?
Jack Ray certainly not missing out on the opportunity. Thank you for the gifted memberships there. Marion says that Ladbrock sends meows to his cat cousins. Appreciate that. Give him some pets for me. And Shameful Music indirectly pointing out that we do have the new animal apologist ready to go. Yesterday for the member stream, it was activated on all messages, but it is on super chats today. You can have the rat apologist read your message for you. Hey, chat, check it out. I wouldn't do anything unless I knew that Diddy would. Straight up Cosby Styles. Of course, that only would be the rat apologist. That wouldn't be Shameful Music saying that, nor I would be saying that. Only the rat apologist would be saying that if it had been a super chat. All right, let's get into this video. Like I said, it's a long video, so we got a good amount of stuff to cover. So let's get into it.
Omar Sulieman, paraded as a scholar, revered as a leader, and even as a doctor, now stands accused of academic fraud. Suleiman have independently described him using the same word. You will witness the most damning and irrefutable evidence directly from one of the whistleblowers. It is direct evidence in Omar Sulieman's own words. The deceit has come to light, and the truth has been told. Academic dishonesty isn't just a betrayal of scholarship. It is a betrayal of you. It is a betrayal of the public. It erodes trust, undermines credibility, and mocks the very foundation of knowledge. And when that foundation cracks, the truth must be exposed. The Prophet ﷺ said, whoever cheats us is not one of us. Omar Sulieman.
That's an interesting little statement by the Prophet of Islam there, since he seemed to be engaged in some, let's say, academic fraud himself, where he was claiming to be a prophet, claiming to get revelations, and then going and asking people, going and asking his informants what the answer to questions was, and then passing it off as his personal revelation. So I find that kind of interesting.
Yep, it is. It is true that the original pattern of this behavior is Muhammad. He was well known and accused in the Quran. Muhammad is accused of going up to people, listening to them tell stories, and then just retelling them himself. And his defense is, no, those people don't speak Arabic well, and this is in pure native Arabic, because that's how like originality works. You know, if I take something from another language, then like, and I say it in English, or I reword things, then I'm obviously not copying it, right? That's how plagiarism works, isn't it?
Indeed. Of course, the exact concept of plagiarism wouldn't have existed at Muhammad's time. And, you know, there wouldn't necessarily be an expectation of a person writing a book crediting sources in the same way that we would today.
Well, I mean, if
However,
you're
if
crediting
you're
a
claiming
law,
to be
right.
a prophet, yeah, right. If you're claiming to speak for God and you're stealing it from human beings, well, that is kind of a serious issue.
That was understood as plagiarism, claiming it as your original work, which is not, you know, nobody necessarily says that here's geography, it's all my original work. Like, nobody assumes that it's your original work. They assume that you're getting the information from other places. But he's explicitly crediting a source. He's crediting God. And yes, they did have the concept of relabeling something that it is not at that time.
Yeah, for sure. It would definitely be fraud, even if they didn't have the same conception of plagiarism. What Muhammad was doing was definitely not okay in his own day. All right, let's see about Omar, though.
Man, paraded as a scholar, revered as a leader, and even as a doctor, now stands accused of academic fraud. His PhD dissertation, supposedly a contribution to knowledge, has been dissected by a team of PhD holders and found to be plagiarized. This isn't rumor, this isn't hearsay, this is evidence-based. Hundreds of hours, a forensic analysis, and 45 pages of proof. Plagiarism would never be tolerated for anyone, not in high school, not in college, and certainly not in the realm of advanced research. Plain and simple, plagiarism is theft. If a student cheats on an exam, they fail. If a college student is caught plagiarizing, they face suspension or even expulsion. The rules are clear. The consequences are harsh. So what then when someone cheats their way to a doctorate, a title that is supposed to be earned with sweat, sacrifice, and originality, a title that commands respect in the eyes of the public, a title that Omar Sulieman wears like a crown, yet one built on lies.
So that is, of course, a very good point, as anyone who's been to school, so probably everyone watching this knows, academia takes this kind of stuff very seriously, right? That a freshman in high school will
Western
be
academia.
disciplined heavily. They won't be like kicked out or something, right? Not high school, but they'll be disciplined. They'll probably get a 0 on the test. Their parents will be informed. Someone in college, they'll fail the class and potentially be suspended, right? They'll potentially be suspended from the university, depending on the level of cheating and whatnot. But they'll take it very seriously. And now you got someone who has a PhD, and on his PhD dissertation, apparently was cheating, right? Apparently he was copying other people's work and not giving them credit for their ideas and passing them off as his own, which is what you're rewarded a PhD for, is your original innovative ideas. And
not even ideas, like straight up paragraphs from the last video we saw. The last video he put up, that he was sending emails like asking people to like input and then basically pressuring them to write it and polish it.
Snoopy says one person in my history class at university was kicked out of the class. Yeah. The discipline can vary depending on the teachers at the university, the level of cheating, but it's not something that you get away with, right? It's not something that's like, oh, no big deal. You could redo the assignment or whatever. It's a very serious matter. Can we retrospectively fail Muhammad for his blatant plagiarism, but not in the Zoot sense? I think we could fail him as a prophet. He gets an F. He gets a 0 as a prophet. Let's just throw out the whole religion he created. It's all invalid. Let's throw the whole thing out. I think that's a fair punishment.
And here's the insult. Every high schooler who pulled an all-nighter to finish their paper the right way, every college student who grinded through research instead of cutting corners, every scholar who stayed true to the principles of honesty, they're all mocked by this fraud. Because while they worked, he copied. While they sacrificed, he cheated. And while they struggled for authenticity, he took the shortcut to prestige. But here's the thing. I can already foretell how this will play out. His loyal supporters will cry, "It's just a hit piece. They're out to destroy him. It's all fabricated." We've heard this song before. When Dunya Shoaib was exposed for her lies and deceit, she went silent, unable to speak. When Yasser Birjas was exposed, 3 doctors, a young teenager, and myself all testified. And yet till this day, he's terrified to address the allegations. And more recently, when both Muhammad Hijab and Ani Dawa were caught colluding to demonize and maliciously frame a sister through the use of fabricated AI voice recordings and Photoshop text, they ran for cover like cowards and are now afraid to speak. They all follow the same playbook.
And by the way,
Ignore the
I'm not so sure. Like, he's saying that they're afraid to try to provoke them. I'm not so sure they're afraid. I think that a lot of it, they have confidence that that an Islamic society will not hold them accountable for any of this. They have a confidence in Islam, that Islam endorses this behavior, that Islam is built to enable this behavior, because Islam was based on lying, cheating, frauds, manipulation, sexual abuse, physical abuse of women from its very start.
And has a built-in culture of covering stuff up, right?
Yeah, I mean,
if you reveal the sins of some other Muslim, you potentially are responsible for those sins before Allah, that it's almost
Like-
worse to talk about someone's sin than to commit the sin in the first place. So it's
Yeah,
not
you won't
exactly
be-
surprising that everyone is keeping silent about this stuff.
Yeah, you won't be forgiven of your sins. The sin of revealing someone else's sin is one that Allah will not forgive you for. And goodness, I like this guy because he wants things to be righteous, but he's getting his opinion of what righteousness is from us, not from Islam. You know, he's so westernized in his mind that it is confusing to him that the Islamic world doesn't care about any of these definitions and doesn't care about what seems blatantly true about goodness and purity and correctness to him. And he doesn't understand that all these same words have totally different meanings in an Islamic concept that don't actually line up to any of the virtues that he values. So it's unfortunate.
Let me take a super chat from McCain.
If you want your wealth to increase in this dunya, then give sadaqah more and more. Every single day, 2 angels come down. One of them is making dua for those who give. He says, Ya Allah, give those who give.
Says, forget jizya, real ones give alms, have a blessed Lent. And I will say the same for those who celebrate Lent, recognize it as a church ordained holiday or whatever. Have a happy and blessed Lent season. For those who don't celebrate that specifically, I would say have a blessed preparation for Easter. All right, let's continue.
Accusations waited out and hope people forget. And mark my words, Omar Sulieman will try the same strategy, but this time it won't work. Because this is not just a crime against a university, this is a crime against academic integrity. For months we kept hearing things. PhD holders within Yaqeen Institute raised alarms about his incompetent scholarship. Others from the US, Qatar, and even Malaysia were sending us information about Omar Sulieman.
That surprisingly, someone who cheated to get his PhD is academically incompetent. That the articles that he's writing for Yaqeen Institute, even his fellow people at the Institute are like, man, this is crap. Shocking that someone who cheated to get their degree is incapable of doing the work that he's been hired to do. Interesting.
When we tried to access a copy of his dissertation, it was completely inaccessible. Status denied. Then by the qadr of Allah, everything changed. Out of nowhere, we received the full dissertation from a whistleblower, delivered with layers of security and secrecy. I can't tell you who they are. I can't tell you where they are. But what I can tell you is that they are terrified. Terrified for their life. This isn't a James Bond movie. This isn't some Netflix drama. This is the Dawah Mafia. Because exposing the truth comes at a price. Retaliation is real. Lives have been disrupted, like when multiple attempts were taken upon my life for exposing the truth about Dunya Shoaib, and then banned from...
That is very odd that his dissertation suddenly is not accessible. You should be able to get anyone's dissertation from the university that they got their degree from,
So
just
what's
upon
the
request.
point? Yeah, what's the point of a dissertation? What is a dissertation?
Yeah, so a dissertation is your official contribution, so to speak, to the expansion of human knowledge that earns you the position of doctorate. That you're such an expert at the subject that you have expanded human knowledge in that area, which means what your dissertation says should be accessible to people, should be accessible to academia, because they want that knowledge that they rewarded the degree for you contributing to humanity.
Correct. So if your dissertation is not accessible, it says something. If no one's dissertation is accessible from a certain college, it says something about that college, bluntly. because the entire point, this is your first publication. Depending on what you go into, if you don't go into academia, you might not have any additional publications that go into academic journals and so on. But this is your first contribution to academia. The idea that it would not be accessible is absurd. Some colleges do not make their theses and dissertations readily accessible. You to find their dissertation, you have to jump through all kinds of hoops and make special requests and all the rest of that. That says something about that university and its status. There are people that I've looked for dissertations for that have not been readily available, and I've discovered that the entire institute doesn't make them readily available. But upon request, and especially if one person's gets buried, that means that this is not a dissertation that actually stands on its own. It's not valid. It's not what it claims to be. Now, to be clear, the reason why I say that it says bad things about the university but doesn't necessarily entirely disqualify it. At one time, a long time ago, a lot of times the only place your dissertation would end up would be like in the university library, and they haven't digitized all of these old ones. A lot of times, and even new ones, sometimes they don't make them available, even though they ought to, because they do not actually believe that the dissertations of their students are what they claim them to be. But because again, it's supposed to be expand human knowledge. If you can make it available, you should, but that shows that the university doesn't take this seriously. So that's why I have a criticism, but not blatantly condemnation. Whereas if they're deep sixing one person, specific one, and it is not available upon request, even if you go to the physical university, which behind veils had people who went to the, I don't think they necessarily went on his own guidance. I think that they were suspicious and they wanted it on their own. University wouldn't give it to them. They could not get access to it. That tells you that this is not something that a PhD can possibly rest upon, because it does not add to human knowledge, because it's hidden. So
Michael said, I think the person who wrote it can block its release. I mean, it would be a university policy. So maybe that's the case at some universities. Certainly there's no universal rule in that regard.
And it should not be true. That should not be true. The person who wrote it should never be able to block its release, because again, what is a dissertation? It is your contribution to your field. If it is blocked, then it should be revoked.
Yeah, I mean, I would have to agree with that. Like, you're literally being awarded something of great value for this work that you did. You shouldn't be able to say, well, no one can see my work. Right? That doesn't make any sense. But I don't know the policy of every university. Obviously, there certainly could be universities that have that policy. I would say they're wrong if they do. We do have Tawhid Islam here. Despite hateful propaganda, Islam is growing more and more in Europe and America. This is the power of Islam, alhamdulillah. So Muslims fleeing crappy Islamic countries and taking advantage of the immigration policies of European and American countries proves that Allah is powerful.
Yes, Allah is powerful because all Islamic countries suck so much that virtually all of them, except for those with tiny populations and lots of oil money, have the vast majority of the population who would rather live on the dregs, on the scraps that fall from the table of Westerners. They want to live on our table scraps because our table scraps are better than their feasts. I just want everyone to keep in mind that the proof of Islam is that the table scraps of the West are better than the feasts of Islam.
There you go. Mullet has a good point here. His dissertation is in Arabic and it has hundreds and hundreds of meanings.
They can't release it because no one can understand it because it has so many meanings.
All right, let's get back to the video.
From Omar Sulieman's Masjid, the Valley Ranch Islamic Center, when I expose their lies and cover-ups. In addition, careers have been destroyed, like Dr. Abu Aya, who was unjustly terminated from Yaqeen Institute for speaking up against corruption. They will ban you from their masajid. They will rip away your livelihood. They will incite others to drag you into litigation. They will fabricate lies and defame your name. And some will go as far as trying to silence you permanently. The whispers, the threats, the retaliation, it's all real. And the fact that people have to hide in the shadows just to speak the truth, like the whistleblowers in this investigation, should terrify you. It should terrify all of us. Because this isn't about a witch hunt or some imam hunt. It's about exposing liars who have heavily profited off the ummah and sought respect by acquiring undeserved titles and using overinflated credentials, all while cheating their way through the system. It's about holding accountable those who think they can cheat, lie, and manipulate without consequence. And it's about showing the world there are many people, brave people, working to bring the truth to light. Allah is our protector, and the truth will be told.
Well, I appreciate you telling the truth. Allah doesn't seem to be doing a very good job of creating a community that agrees with you, however. Allah seems to be doing a good job of creating exactly what you describe, a community where people will cover up wrongdoing at any cost. Just my thoughts on that matter. Tahid says, I'm talking about reverts in the US and Europe. It is increasing exponentially.
No, what happens is that Muslims like to count anybody who just says something at a booth, and very few people who turn to Islam stay in Islam. It is a very small number, and they are more than balanced by the people leaving Islam. And here's the thing. Islam took advantage of the fact that very few people took it seriously. The West kind of went, oh, look at those little, backward people in the East. Oh, let's let them have their delusions. Tee-hee, pat them on their little deluded heads. And that was the patronizing attitude of many Westerners toward Muslims. It's just oh, you want to show me something? Oh, that's so cute. But once they realize that these mud snot smeared children who are fumbling around have knives and want to stab you, people are taking it more seriously and are educating people. And anyone who has a basic working knowledge of Islam before encountering the da'is, anyone who has a basic working knowledge of what is in the Quran, 99.99999% of them are entirely immune to the blusterings of the da'i, because it is more effective than any of our vaccines in terms of giving lifelong immunity. Because when they learn that he was wandering around claiming that in the books that the Jews and Christians have, he is listed, and that we should have his name, his mole, his general physical description, his entire lineage, the place where he came from, that all of this is supposed to be in the books that the Jews and Christians have at that time. Unless you have an IQ that is below 80, you realize that he's a fraud. When you look at the Quran and realize that he's claiming that he has the same revelation, the same thing, that his book matches the Bible, anyone who has even the most passing knowledge of the Bible laughs hysterically and goes, this guy is a fraud. When you find out about all the rule changes he made so that he could have sex with a little girl, so that he could have sex with his legal daughter, so that he could have sex with more women than he's actually allowed to.
Who ate the apple?
They decide that this is a trash religion. When they learn that Islam promotes incest and is the main driver of incest across the world, and all the disabilities that happen from that, they laugh and go, ha ha, this is so stupid. This guy's an idiot. So for a brief time, and even then, the balance was about even. Like the number, very, very few people stayed in Islam very long, even early on, because, you know, once your husband starts beating you, you're like, wait, maybe this religion doesn't love women. So but especially now, as people are becoming more knowledgeable, not only are Westerners becoming immune, but far more Muslims are becoming aware of what their sources actually say, because the foundation of Islam is ignorance. The foundation of Islam is, oh, you have to read in Arabic. The foundation of Islam is sing it and don't think about the words that it means. That's a foundation. When Saudi Arabia went around and went, we need to translate the Quran and all these languages because whatever, they did that for the Bible and it worked so well and people read it and were converted. All of a sudden people were like, what is this? And they leave. So even with the lying translations, there's enough in it to tell that it's corrupted, but especially in the reasonably accurate translations, people like discover what's in the religion for the first time and they're find it grotesque. So no, Islam is dying. Islam will die a very violent death because it had a very violent birth, but it is done. You're walking around like the little bug with the fungus that's making its legs move, but you just don't realize it yet.
Yeah, so I did the research here. So first of all, like half or so of people who are claimed as reverts never once attend mosque or anything because they were pressured into saying the magic words, right? Saying the Shahada, and they had zero interest, but they just did it to get someone off their back so they could leave the situation in which they're being pressured. So that's your first problem. Then, like within the first year, something like 70% of converts leave Islam. And within 5 years, it's like 90% leave. So you're creating a lot of ex-Muslims with the very few conversions you get. And this boils down, the research that I did suggests that in the West, 0.2% of people raised non-Muslim are Muslims as adults. So, like legitimately converted. And 31% of people raised Muslim are now ex-Muslims as adults. Well, when you have less than 1% of the population, those two things roughly balance out. But imagine if you start with 100% of the population, like say, I don't know, Iran, and 30% leave every generation, and almost no one converts back into the religion. Pretty soon, you got a society that is basically entirely ex-Muslim. You balance out at like 1% or something of the population. And I think that's the destiny of Islam. I think that is the destiny of your religion. I'm not going to say that it's going to disappear entirely. That would be quite extraordinary, but it's going to become very, very, very insignificant religion globally in the next century, I would guess. But, you keep telling yourself whatever you need to tell yourself to make yourself feel better. By the way, numbers don't determine truth. So get a real argument. Super chat from Shameful Music.
Hey, chat. Let's try this again. Dawa will implode next Tuesday. Old ham diddy lamb. Chat. For real. Big ups to Mary and the lap cat cam.
You probably need to rip out the commas too, because it does extra pauses where it shouldn't.
Well, I definitely need to fix the apostrophe. I didn't have a chance to do that. But I don't know why it goes berserk when there's an apostrophe. Anyway, yeah, I'll work on that. But thank you very much for the super chat, Shameful Music. And that doesn't really sound like something Malik would say. But next Tuesday, everyone, I'll finally reveal everything. Indiana Bones says Islam has the highest apostasy rate of any religion in history. Well, I don't know about it in world.
Well, yes,
history.
because everyone's born a Muslim and then they become something else. So there we go. And what's really funny, what's really funny is that apparently wolf children in the wilderness should be Muslims, but oddly they aren't. It's kind of like Muhammad is lying. Imagine that.
Indeed.
Let us help fulfill Muhammad's prophecy that Islam will return. It began as a strange thing, will end as a strange thing, returning like a snake to its hole in the desert. And there is a good reason that he calls it a snake. And there are so many snake-like elements in Islam, and so many references to snakes in conjunction with Allah. Because the original God called Allah of the Hijaz, specifically of Mecca, was almost certainly our buddy Wad, whose symbol was a snake, who was later identified with Hubal, who is most likely another name for Baal, Baal Hadad, the big evil demon, fake god in the Bible, that one, that's your Allah. That's your Allah. And thus, Wad, whose symbol is a snake, and Baal, who is closely linked to Satan himself, who is the serpent of the garden, who is the great dragon. Muhammad repeated these things. He had snakes in the Kaaba. And he had his God. He didn't know what the Holy Spirit was, so he's like the Sakina is a snake, like the Sakina of Allah is a snake. And here again we have Islam being the religion of the serpent. He the only time Muhammad spoke truth was accidentally. So let us help return Islam to its hole in the desert.
And this will be the last comment that I interact with from Tawhid, unless it's on topic. If he continues to put in off-topic stuff, he will be timed out. What? Same thing? Quran clearly says Jews and Christians have corrupted scriptures.
No, it doesn't.
If you show Tawhid Islam, if you show me a verse of the Quran that says unambiguously that Jews and Christians have corrupted scriptures, I will convert to Islam and personally pay you $1,000. Stop with the utter nonsense, you freaking lying piece of crap. All right.
I mean, he doesn't care. He doesn't care that Islam is false. He knows Islam isn't true, and he doesn't care. Why? Because he's a violent psychopath who is just proud of his ancestry. He does it for racist reasons. He has been here a long time. It's very obvious that he is a racist, and he believes in the religion of his race, and he doesn't care that what he believes is not true. And these are the only people who are going to stay in Islam, are the racists. That's it. Those who are in this only because this is the best. This is the best that their society has come up with. So they're going to cling to it and pretend it's good. So they're going to hold on to that because it's their identity. Now, Ibn Abbas, he doesn't agree with you. Ibn Abbas says that the scriptures of the Jews and Christians are not corrupt, that they are reliable. But then he finds out what's in them, and he's like, but don't read them. We have something better. Don't read them. Don't find out. Don't say anything about them, whether or not they're good or they're bad, because they could be lying to you. But then also don't read them. Why? Because he figured out that it was fake. But he had so much at stake that he wasn't going to give that up. He's going to keep it no matter what. And so we have this representative here who really ought to be packed back up and off to the Middle East. I don't care if he was born here. He needs to go and he needs to live among his people. I really think that if we are to allow Muslims in at all, they must live under the strictest Sharia law as long as they identify as Muslims. And to escape that, they need to renounce Islam. This whole thing of letting people come from backward ridiculous countries, like the dirt smeared children, as I had in my previous example. Oh, can we come and eat your scraps? We're going to still pretend that we're this because we have an emotional attachment to it, but we're going to sit at your table and we're going to beg for the scraps that are left over. We're going to beg for your leftovers. Please, please, superior people, give us our leftovers, but we're the best of people. We're the best. We're the best. No, if you're going to be here, then you should live on and claim to be this. You should live under the strictest laws of this yourself and be held accountable to it. Every iota of the actual law, not all the perversions that are done to make it tolerable, because corruption is kind of built in from the beginning. No, what you promote it to be. What you promote it to be, which is kind of worse than the Taliban. Live under that if you're here and claiming to be that. Quit taking advantage of being able to be raging hypocrites to have a halfway decent life. So...
And Smart Abdul says, "Thaddeus, I hope I'm welcome here." Of course you are. Everyone's welcome except people who spam off-topic crap. And Carol B says, "Rusty-necked men." Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. That is an epic clip. I should get that on my soundboard. All right. After that long delay, let's get back to the main subject.
In the next segment, you will witness a video featuring the official written statements of a group of PhDs who have worked tirelessly on a 45-page document, a document infused with an elaborate and detailed series of analyses that lays bare the truth and exposes Omar Sulieman's engagement in academic fraud. The following presentation is delivered through a digital and anonymous representative as per their request for confidentiality. But before we proceed, I want to be absolutely clear. This investigation does not ask you to dislike anyone. It does not ask you to speculate about intentions. It does not even ask you to take sides. It only asks one thing of you: to look at the evidence. And then you will witness the most damning and irrefutable evidence directly from one of the whistleblowers. This is the smoking gun.
Academic integrity is the cornerstone of scholarly work. It is a principle that demands honesty, transparency, and originality in research. Any violation of these principles, especially at the doctoral level, is not just an academic infraction. It is a fundamental breach of trust that undermines the credibility of both the individual and the institution that granted the degree. In this investigation, we present indisputable evidence demonstrating that Omar Sulieman, a prominent Islamic speaker and founder of Yaqeen Institute, engaged in plagiarism in his doctoral dissertation submitted to the International Islamic University of Malaysia, also known as IUM.
1 second here. Kazi, who was already apparently blocked on their other name because they immediately came in on us and said the same thing that they had already said on their other name, says in Judaism, they're not allowed to go to churches or pray in a church, yet their rabbis and law permits allows prayer to go to a mosque. Why? Because they're idiots. Why do you think, why are you telling us what Judaism, do you believe Judaism is the truth? If not, then why do you care what they do? Judaism, according to these rabbis, is more compatible with Islam than it is with Christianity because they hate Christianity. They hate the truth so much. So yeah. What?
The only reason that, well, the reason that they're allowed to go in and pray partly is because Muslims came and stole their holy sites. So Christians did not come and steal the holy sites of Jews directly as such that they blocked access to them, but Muslims did. So that is the functional reason that they're allowed to go in. And the excuse is that there aren't any images in a mosque. That is the excuse. They do not say that your black stone, which is a pagan idol, has any connection to their God. They do not say that. And again, as Lawful Good says, Rabbinic Judaism is innovation, just like Islam. Islam borrowed very heavily from the Talmud, which is a book written by Jews after the time of Christ, containing new things from rabbis who claim that they were given the authority from God to create new interpretations, and so they could reject their old beliefs. When Islam cites the Old Testament, cites the Torah, as you would call it, it takes always from Talmudic versions as much as it overlaps. Like a lot of things, it's just wrong about. But when it overlaps, it takes from the Talmud. And it takes from what? It takes from stories, other stories as well, in the Talmud and in other sources that the rabbis had made up after Jesus. They are new stories, and they know that they're new stories. So-and-so said that his interpretation of this event is that all these other things also happened. This is not an ancient tradition. This is a story. This is something that was understood as a kind of a moral story rather than literal history, and that these moral stories become literal history in Islam. So yeah, Islam is more similar to Judaism than Christianity, because Judaism changed radically when they rejected Christ over two things. Over two things. After Jesus rose from the dead, there were only two issues that kept the majority of the Jews in Israel, though not elsewhere, from converting to Christianity. These two things were that the Gentiles were allowed to were seen equal to the Jews without submitting to Mosaic law. That's number one, that they didn't have to become Jews and submit to the Mosaic law, and that the Mosaic law was not the standard of righteousness and authority, number one. And two, they didn't violently overthrow the Roman government. Those were the only two reasons. That was it.
Mm-hmm.
That's why the Jews did not accept Christianity. Everything else was in line with Second Temple Judaism, with everything that the Jews were believing at that point. And there were differences of opinions. There was a stream of things, but everything that Jesus was fit into it, except those two things were sticking points. Even those things fit into it. But they didn't like these minority interpretations of those two things. And so they made up a new religion and rebelled against God and rejected their God. If you reject God and go into all kinds of false stories, false beliefs, then at some level, you will find some level of sympathy with other people who are also enemies of God. However, the Jews explicitly said that there had never been a greater trial and a greater evil for Jews than Muslims. And that hilariously enough, that is said in Rambam's very document that Muslims try to run to say, Rambam says that we're true whatever. And it says all sorts of horrible things about Muslims. It does not say anything to confirm their faith. So.
Indeed. So we do have, I don't know why it took him 10 minutes to type in 3 characters, but we do finally have the response from Tawheed Islam, who says that the unambiguous verse of the Quran that proves that Christians have corrupted scriptures is Surah 2, verse 75. So let's get that on here. And then we're going to take no further engagement on the subject because this is his proof. This is his best proof. He took 10 minutes to figure this out. And
why does he not understand that his interpretation is impossible? Tawheed, my question is, are you actually this stupid? You need to answer this. Are you really as stupid as you're claiming to be? This is why I really think this guy knows he's lying. Because I don't think that a person who can type words can actually be this dumb. So go ahead and read it.
All right, I'm going to read it, and then we're going to point out all the problems with his theory that this is proof that Christians have corrupted scriptures. and I'm not going to read this stuff in brackets because that's not part of the text. That's interpretation. Do you covet that they would believe for you while a party of them used to hear the words of Allah and then distort it after they had understood it while they were knowing? So problem number one, it doesn't say anything about what scripture is involved. The translator has to tell you it's the Torah, which is
well,
not...
to be fair, in context, these are the Jews. So if you read back, this is all talking about Jews. So
yes, I was going to say that it is not wrong necessarily that it's talking about the Torah. However, remember the challenge was about Christians, so that's a minor problem. I'm starting with the least of your problems. All right. So that's your first problem. But now the main problem here. What does this verse actually say they do? They hear the words of Allah.
Wait.
They hear the words of Allah.
Hang on. Are they hearing something other than the words of Allah?
No.
Are they hearing a corruption?
No.
Are they hearing Muhammad's made up bedtime stories?
No.
No. According to this, they're hearing what? The words of Allah.
Uh-huh.
So a group of them are hearing the words of Allah, and then they are choosing to do what?
Then, after they hear the words of Allah, they distort it.
After
and
they
not
had
only
did what?
that, not only do they distort it after hearing it, after they had understood it while they were knowing. So they hear the truth. They hear the true words of Allah. They understand it. They know it's the truth. And then they intentionally distort it.
Whoa.
They teach false things while having the true text.
So what does that mean? That they can hear the words of Allah. You can't distort something that you don't have. And notice that it only accuses a party of them of the distortion.
Uh-huh.
Only a party of them is lying about what they hear.
Party of them.
and this fits in beautifully to another verse that claims that knowledgeable Jews are lying to the the unlettered / uneducated Jews who can't read it, that they're lying. There is another verse that builds on this, that clarifies this, that what Muhammad is claiming is that there are groups who are hearing and listening to and working and have the Torah, and they are lying to in the present around Muhammad. They're lying about what's in it to keep these Jews from believing Muhammad. And he's like, you uneducated Jews, they're just lying to you. They know what's in it, but they're lying. Do you know how convincing that was to the Jews? Not at all. Literally, other than the day laborer who converted to become a much higher position than what he was as a day laborer, he had no willing converts from Judaism who converted before he started slaughtering people. That is his only convert before he started slaughtering people. There are a sprinkling of other Jews who converted when their lives were at stake. And other than that, all you have are little kids who were enslaved as children and then brought up on lies. That's all you have. But guess what? You can't enslave people anymore. We can read the sources. We can see that it says that they hear the words of Allah and then they're lying about it, even though they know the truth. Crazy.
Yep.
Crazy.
Yep. So here are your problems, just to summarize. One, it doesn't unambiguously apply to Christians, which was your actual challenge. Minor point. I'm starting with the least. Two, it explicitly says they hear the words of Allah, which is really strange if they don't have the words of Allah. Three, it says only some of them distort them, which means some of them hear the words of Allah and don't distort them. And yet this is supposed to be an unambiguous verse that proves that all Christians have corrupt scripture and they no longer have access to the actual scripture.
Yeah, and
This
by
is
the way,
his best verse. His best verse.
best
He
verse.
took 10 minutes to figure this out. He
Did
says he
you-
has two more, but I don't care. This was his best
Nope,
one.
that's his best one. That's your best one. And this is the first. And by the way, this one is unanimously by the early scholars interpreted as people lying. They're lying about it.
Mm-hmm. Which,
They are
I mean, that's
lying about
clearly what it says. So, I mean, quite clearly, it's intentional, right? They understand, they know it, and yet they still distort it. So they're intentionally lying about what's in their text.
But you know, we have Tawheed saying that no, they don't have it. They don't know what it is, and it's all of them. When it says that one group has it, knows it, and then lies about it, he's like, no, it means they don't have it. When it says they are knowing, they understood it. I mean, just amazing.
All
And
right,
hilarious.
so Tawheed Islam has lost the challenge. He needs to be on topic for the rest of the video. Next off-topic comment, he will be timed out for the day.
Findings reveal two distinct forms of plagiarism, word-for-word plagiarism and citation lifting, both of which constitute clear violations of IUM's academic integrity policies. Furthermore, the concealment of his dissertation.
What is citation lifting for those who don't know, Mary?
Wait 1 second.
No problem. I'll answer the question myself. So direct copying, that's obvious, right? Citation lifting would be you read someone's paper, they cite something, and then instead of citing the paper that you read, you directly cite the original work without actually reading it yourself. That would be citation lifting, which is fraud because you are claiming you have reviewed this work and made this conclusion about it when in fact someone else did that. So you can either go back to the original work, read it yourself, and actually, cite your own thing, or you can credit the person who did it and say, from X as cited by Y. That is the proper academic way to do that.
From public access, the obstruction of attempts to obtain it through proper academic channels, and the recent unexplained removal of all online references to his dissertation raise grave concerns about potential institutional complicity. In light of these revelations, it is imperative that IUM initiates an immediate and transparent investigation to uphold the integrity of its academic standards. Our investigation was conducted over the past year by a collective that includes PhD holders, plagiarism detection specialists, and independent academic researchers. The methodology followed established academic standards. All findings are reproducible. The conclusions leave no room for doubt that Omar Sulieman's dissertation contains plagiarized content.
All right, so we're now going to get
word-for-word play.
We're now going to get into some of the direct evidence. Obviously, they're not going to go through all 45 pages of evidence, but I think they're going to provide some examples, starting with the more obvious word-for-word plagiarism.
Plagiarism occurs when sentences, phrases, or sections are directly copied from another source without proper attribution. 3 clear violations were identified. Violation number 1. A sentence copied verbatim from an existing scholarly source with only minor modifications. The similarity analysis detected a 70% overlap with the original text. Violation number 2. Another instance of textual plagiarism with an even higher similarity score of 80%. Violation number 3. The most egregious case, an entire passage copied 100% verbatim. This passage was traced through a modification chain, confirming that it could have only been copied intentionally. A specific case of manipulation involves the translation of a Quranic verse. The original translation was modified by another researcher in a unique way that exists nowhere else in academic literature. Omar Sulieman then copied this modified translation, but falsely attributed it to the original translator, instead of citing the intermediary source from which he actually copied it.
Yep. So something that you have to do. That makes it look like you did this research yourself.
Mm-hmm.
And so you need to cite the intermediary source that you copy it from. In this case, to be clear, if they're not going to clarify why it's known that he didn't even dig up the original source, look through it, read it himself, and then write it down. The act sat down because he's tired. This is getting scary. Someone wrote, that's hilarious. The reason why you know is that this person took a peculiar choice of translation that wasn't really justified for one word. And he has the translation that has that word rather than the original. And ironically, I caught one of the nomos doing the same thing and basing an entire argument over a German text. He did actually cite the original translator. He correctly cited the original translator, the Nomo scholar, quote unquote, correctly cited the original translator. He said where this could be found. So he did do that, but then he relied upon a peculiar translation that was apparently trying to make it just sound less odd in German, when the Arabic didn't have the word that he was basing his entire thesis for everything that he was claiming. The only support that he had for his position was a word in German that doesn't appear in the Arabic. So you can see how this is a danger to start with, this kind of thing, but it becomes outright fraud when you add misattribution. Because if he had misattributed it directly to the original source, then it just would have been weird to be like, that's not what it says. Why does it say that when you went down to chase it down? So pretending that you have done the research yourself, pretending that you have done the translation yourself is a major, major fraud because it doesn't allow for this chain of checking up on people.
Yeah, exactly. If you're using, I was it last night? I think it was last night where I was talking about even a translation, right? Yeah, it was because Lippiano was doing the same thing where he was saying that he was just reading the source while not crediting the translator for the work that they had done, not documenting where he was getting his information from. And translation involves choices. It involves decisions. Who the translator is important. And if you just say that I'm just quoting the Quran or I'm just quoting and it's the idea is that it's your own translation, which was clearly not the case because he made a peculiar choice that, as they said here, is found nowhere else in literature except in the one guy that he apparently borrowed it from and his work. Interesting stuff.
Deliberate misattribution is a definitive marker of academic dishonesty. Our investigation did not begin with assumptions. It began with a simple, standard academic request. We attempted to obtain a copy of Omar Sulieman's doctoral dissertation through official academic channels, the same way any researcher, student, or scholar would. However, our investigation encountered extraordinary obstacles when attempting to obtain the dissertation through official academic channels. For over 5 years, Omar Sulieman's dissertation has remained unavailable for download from IUM's academic portal, far exceeding the standard embargo period of 2 years. Multiple PhD holders submitted interlibrary loan requests across North America, the Middle East, and Malaysia. Every request failed. Direct requests to Omar Sulieman, even from Yaqeen Institute PhD holders, were ignored and subtly declined. So we expanded our efforts. The team reached out to IUM students. We contacted IUM professors. We asked them to physically check the university library and access the dissertation internally. They tried, yet once again, every attempt was unsuccessful. In March of 2025, all remaining public links to the dissertation were suddenly deactivated, just weeks after Omar Sulieman's visit to Malaysia, where he met with the Prime Minister. The combination of systematic plagiarism and deliberate concealment strongly suggests an intentional effort to hide academic misconduct rather than an innocent oversight.
So notice there, right? Notice they went through every channel. They tried the online access to the portal, which was been blocked for over 5 years for unclear reasons. They tried interlibrary loan. They tried directly asking Omar Sulieman for it, and they tried physically going to the university library where it's supposedly stored, and we're still not able to access his dissertation. That definitely seems like they're trying to prevent people from reading it. And then Omar goes and he has a meeting with the Prime Minister of Malaysia, and suddenly all the online links to his dissertation just disappear from the internet.
Crazy. And I'm not sure why he uses this AI dude, but he might be like feeding stuff into ChatGPT and then having ChatGPT give him like a summary of its position, which is, a lot of people think that this is authoritative, but of course it's whatever gets shoveled into the sources it's scraping, it'll shovel out. It does have a massive confirmation bias. It will attempt to agree with you no matter what. There's nothing wrong in this. But
so just to be clear, obviously I don't know what is what, but Salman said that this is the official video given to him by the academics.
Oh, okay. So they decided.
So at least according to him, he did not produce this. They did this. So whatever they made, because
they wanted to be
anonymous. Yeah,
anonymous. But it kind of has the bullet points of AI, so their English also might not be fantastic. So they might have decided to make, because a lot of these people who are doing this, they're writing in their native languages and they're walking up to the university and asking for things. So English might not be perfect and they're wanting to say it in a very articulate way and they're wanting to be anonymous. It's weird how you need to hide your face and your identity when you're talking about someone who is being fraudulent. Very interesting. So
Hepstad said another Muslim fraud like Mojab's dad. Yeah. Unfortunately, Mary was talking about this last night, that it's well known that students from, unfortunately, right, it's not intended to be racist, but there's no way to say it. Students from certain countries are known for cheating in academic programs. And it seems to just be another case. What's unusual, I guess, is that it got to the level of PhD, right? It wouldn't be unusual for a college student to cheat.
I hate to say it's not unusual either.
Even for an American, right? College student to cheat, not unusual. But normally you don't advance and, get a master's degree and then go into a PhD program and then eventually be up for potentially being awarded a PhD through cheating. And certainly you don't normally write your PhD dissertation by cheating. So, while it might be common in general, the fact that it got to this level is quite unexpected. And regardless of how common it is, when it's discovered, it is always supposed to be punished.
In a remarkable and unexpected turn of events, we were contacted by a second whistleblower. This individual provided us with a copy of the dissertation. That raised a far more serious question. Why was it, and why does it remain, this difficult to obtain the dissertation of Omar Sulieman? What is clear is this: a doctoral dissertation that should have been publicly accessible through standard academic processes was not. And the only reason the public is now able to examine it at all is because an individual stepped forward when institutional mechanisms prevented it. That fact alone demands transparency. We are not accusing IUM of misconduct. However, the sequence of selective decisions, especially involving a high-profile individual, raises serious questions that demand transparent answers. Continued silence only deepens suspicion.
So in case it wasn't clear there, They did eventually obtain a copy of his dissertation, but not from the university. They got it from an individual who came forward as a whistleblower. So there's this very suspicious activity of denying access to the dissertation. Then they get the dissertation, and what do they find? They find direct plagiarism in the dissertation.
Academic institutions must uphold the highest ethical standards. The findings presented here unequivocally establish that Omar Sulieman engaged in plagiarism, violating IUM's policies on academic integrity. In light of this, we demand and formally call for the following. Number 1. IUM must immediately launch an independent and transparent investigation into this dissertation in accordance with its own academic integrity policies, as referenced on page 27 of IUM's Academic Integrity Rules. Number 2. Appropriate disciplinary measures must be taken, including revoking Omar Sulieman's doctorate, once established by IUM's investigation. Number 3. Yaqeen Institute must publicly address these findings and clarify its position on academic dishonesty, ghostwriting, and false attributions of authorship. Although we demand that IUM...
Seems fair to me. That the university should make clear that plagiarism is not allowed. They should revoke the PhD that was awarded for a plagiarized dissertation. And then his employer should also clarify their stance on this issue. Obviously, they're not legally obligated to fire someone who is found to be a fraud. But it's not exactly a good look for the organization if you're knowingly employing people, especially an academic organization or pseudo-academic organization, that you're knowingly employing people who have committed academic fraud.
IUM conducts an official investigation regarding this plagiarism report. We, the PhD holders and plagiarism researchers, are of the view that Omar Sulieman's doctorate should be revoked simply due to the fact that his dissertation is plagiarized, and his dissertation plays an important requirement in getting his doctorate. This is not merely an issue of one individual. It is about safeguarding the integrity of academic institutions and ensuring that the trust placed in scholars and educators remains unbroken. We invite the academic community to review our findings, verify the evidence, and demand accountability. The complete analysis, including similarity scores and side-by-side comparisons, is available for public download. We urge all scholars and researchers to examine the data independently and engage in academic due diligence. Integrity is non-negotiable. The truth is clear, the evidence is overwhelming, and the time for action is now.
So just to clarify, there's some back and forth. Well, not really back and forth, just agreement pretty much in the comments here. Yes, I used the term racist, and it's not really an accurate term. That's fair. I just used the term because it's what people commonly use. But of course, ethnicity or culture, as put here, is a real thing, right? There's real differences between people's cultures, people's ethnicities, whereas race is not a real thing. It is a made-up category.
He's not objecting to the word race, and race may be arbitrary, but it has semantic value and it is meaningful, and there are systematic differences in genetics. I do not have the gene that gives you
there's no gene that makes you a liar, though, right? There's no gene that makes you a liar.
This is not an issue of systematic genetic differences that separate large populations. This is not an issue of discriminating genes. This is an issue entirely 100% of culture, and people like to confuse your behavior with your immutable characteristics.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that you are dishonest, a cheater, a liar, that you steal, these are not immutable characteristics of anybody.
Correct.
These are what we call sins. These are sins. And there is this crazy delusion that cropped up in the Enlightenment that, oh, well, Christianity is all well and good, but if any clear thinker will arrive at the same values. No, they don't. They do not arrive at the same values. Only Christians arrive at the values where lying is actually called lying, where cheating is called cheating, and stealing is called stealing, where guilt is attributed due to action, not condemnation, exterior condemnation. These are uniquely Christian values. So if you think they are good, then you agree that Christianity and its ideals are good. Even if you're an atheist, you are taking for your good these ideals. And if you do not care if lying means saying something unpleasant to someone, and lying doesn't mean saying something that is not congruent with truth, if you don't care about that, then admit you don't care about that. Be forthright that, oh, we shouldn't care about lying because other people have these other cultural values. But the delusion starts. There's this tension between those, oh, everything's relative, and oh, everyone will end up in the same place, that is completely incoherent in modern culture. And if you don't have Christian values and identify as good, many of the things that Christianity uniquely identifies as the good, you will end up with deep, deep, deep corruption. I'm not saying that you won't have corruption if you have Christian values, because people are what? Sinful. People are sinful. They do sin. So the question is, do you recognize sin? Do you wish to eradicate sin, or do you cover it up? The mark of a false religion, a false system, is the cover-up. If you are in a system that is a cover-up, hide the shame. If you are in the shame honor system, if that is your culture, you have left the gospel, you have left the light, you have left Christianity. And there will always be sin. But if you have a culture that values true virtue, not the appearance of virtue, then you can strive toward the elimination and eradication of these bad things. And by the way, there are atheists in the chat. You can't just try to drift along on the fumes of Christianity and expect to have a culture that values the same thing in a very short time. We've already gotten to the point where your bog standard atheist wants the extermination of humanity and much of civilization. Why? Because they've been atheists long enough that they've stopped that they sawed off the branch they were sitting on, and now they've fallen.
Who ate the
Now
apple?
they have fallen. And they cannot cope. If you want the fruit, you need the tree. If you enjoy the fruit, the tree is what gives you the fruit. And the tree is Christ. And why does that tree give you fruit of truth, goodness, honesty, valuing all the things that have been labeled as good? Why is the goodness there? Because it's rooted in what is actually true. Because it's rooted in what is actually good. This is almost like watching him try so hard is sad. Because he cannot be successful, because his tree only gives rotten fruit. It only leads to death.
So just to be clear, one can acknowledge, in this case, right, a culture of covering up lies, or covering up sins in general. It doesn't have to be lies. Covering up sin, and say that culture is bad without being, racist, or, if you want to use a better term, bigoted. Now, when you take that generalized observation, and then you say, well, that guy looks like he's part of that group, and therefore I'm going to treat him as if he is a liar or a disgusting person or whatever. That's when it becomes bigoted, is when you apply that actually factually correct information and say, I'm going to judge every individual based on a group character rather than by their individual actions. And no one needs to feel sorry for me or cringe at what I said. I was just using common parlance. I am fully aware that this language can be used in abusive ways, and I was not apologizing, even if it sounded like I was. I was just trying to say there is no other way to say this. That's all I intended to say. All right. Felt that out of the way. We have a member message from Frog One Dog.
Every single person that donates, inshallah, you're going to get a reward. You know what? Forget donate. Invest. You invest in your hereafter. Forgive me for pranking you guys, but I had to. Yeah, I'm the king of clickbait. Goodbye.
A Muslim copying Al Insan Al Kamil. You don't say. I don't get the joke. Mary, help me out.
Oh, I don't know. What
I mean, I assume there's some sort of joke here, but I don't. Sorry, I don't understand the joke. But thank you for being a member for the past 7 months, and super chat from Ronnie Mack.
Dissertation completed in collaboration with the academics from the Quality Learning Center.
That is correct. Omar Sulieman was working with the Quality Learning Center. Thank you very much for your support, Ronnie. All right, let's get back to the video.
Plagiarism is not a footnote. It is not a technical oversight. It is academic fraud, a direct assault on the integrity of scholarship, learning, and truth. And history has not been kind to those who violated that trust. In Germany, Karl Theodor zu Gutenberg, once the nation's defense minister, was forced to resign after it was revealed that portions of his doctoral dissertation were plagiarized. His doctorate was revoked. Annette Schavan, Germany's Minister of Education, met the same fate. Her PhD was stripped after her dissertation was found to contain plagiarism. She resigned in disgrace. In Hungary, President Pál Schmidt lost his presidency after it was discovered that his doctoral thesis had been lifted from other works. In Romania, former Prime Minister Victor Ponta had his doctorate revoked in 2016 for plagiarism, where a panel determined that it broke the ethical, integrity, and good conduct principles of research. In Japan, a university formally revoked a doctorate after confirming just 7 lines of text were plagiarized. The institution concluded that academic fraud, once proven, cannot be excused by status, seniority, or reputation. From America to Europe to Asia, the consequences are swift and severe. When academic dishonesty is established, degrees fall, careers end, and legacies collapse. Even in the United States, where revoking degrees is legally complex, universities have done so. Courts in Texas have upheld that PhDs may be revoked for academic dishonesty, including plagiarism and falsified work. Most recently, the world watched as Harvard University's president, Claudine Gay, was engulfed in plagiarism allegations. Even as she denied wrongdoing, the pressure became insurmountable. She resigned. Why? Because the stakes of academic integrity are too high. If institutions allow individuals to lie, borrow, and steal their way to titles and recognition, while shielding them from accountability, they invalidate the very foundations of scholarship and trust in intellectual work.
So numerous examples there, numerous examples of high-profile individuals in various countries who are discovered to have cheated. Like I said, it's not necessarily uncommon, but that doesn't mean that it goes unpunished because they were discovered. And in every case, sometimes it took longer than others, but in every case, they were eventually forced out of their position of status because of their dishonest behavior. So Frog One did explain that The phrase means the person who has reached perfection to describe Muhammad. So he was referencing.
Oh, I think he
Muhammad
just
there.
means that it was so it was the irony.
So the joke, yeah,
of,
the joke,
yeah,
right?
yeah. I was
was that
like,
he,
it's a Sufi term. I don't get it. Yeah, sorry, I just didn't get the.
Hey, he's still here. He explained it. It's all
Thank you.
good.
Thank you.
Mark says Muhammad plagiarized incorrectly.
He
Yes.
did. He plagiarized from things that in his theology could not be divine. There's no prophet between Muhammad and Jesus, even though I had no idea when Jesus lived. There's no prophet between them. And yet he takes all the stories from things like the versions of his stories as much as they line up with things had by Jews and Christians. They line up with the Talmud and with late Christian Apocrypha. It's hilarious.
Yeah, no one said he was good at plagiarizing. he stole, but he stole from the wrong stuff.
So ask yourself, if a person cannot be honest in the pursuit of worldly recognition, degrees, titles, positions, how can they be trusted in matters of faith, leadership, or moral guidance?
At this point,
that's actually a very important point. Obviously, they're saying that this is Muslims criticizing a Muslim, but it just in general, if you're in a position of trust and you violate ethical codes, why would anyone believe you when you preach ethics, right? Or you preach moral values?
I mean,
you
here's the
violate
problem.
moral values and you preach moral values.
Whose moral values are being violated? Mine, as a Christian. Christian society's moral values are being violated.
Mhm.
Is this a violation of Islamic moral values? Behind veils is because he's speaking about it. If it is not a publicized sin, it isn't a sin at all. It's something that Allah has given to you as a blessing to cover up. He is not morally culpable of sins done in secret. Allah does not hold you culpable of secret sins. Because it is a blessing from Allah that they have not been found out, and now he is violating that blessing from Allah.
Hypostatic Union says, when I was in university, I was sitting beside this Muslim girl in the library, and for essay, she literally copied and pasted an online article and started editing. I will say that's not unique to her or unique to Muslims, but yeah, that is as blatant of plagiarism as it gets. You take someone else's work, all the ideas, right? And then you change some words so you don't get caught, right? So that an automated checker doesn't see that the exact phrases are there. And that seems like that's very, obviously you probably didn't copy and paste the entire article, but that does seem to be very similar to what Omar Sulieman did, is that he copied phrases from people and then changed them slightly and passed them off as his own ideas. And that is very much plagiarism from an academic standpoint. Depending on the amount of editing, it may or may not be a legal copyright violation, but it is certainly academic plagiarism.
the evidence speaks for itself. What remains is context. Across academia and increasingly within religious institutions, we see a shift from mastery of knowledge to accumulation of credentials. Titles become currency, degrees become branding tools, authorities inferred not from the depth of scholarship, but from the letters placed after a name, PhD. I mean, being a sheikh doesn't cut it anymore. You get lost in the sea because everyone is now a sheikh, even those that just studied Arabic for a year, or YouTubers who have gotten some of their videos to go viral. And so the next logical step is to get that PhD. So you can now be addressed as Sheikh Dr. Omar Sulieman. This is not how knowledge was transmitted in our tradition, nor how real scholars were recognized. They never chased titles. Classical scholars were recognized because they had memorized the Quran, mastered a hadith with full chains of narration, and established jurisprudence with surgical precision. They didn't just line up a series of ijazat to fluff up their resume. They spent decades intricately and meticulously learning, internalizing, and practicing. Their authority came from competence and knowledge, and from sincerity, honesty, and integrity.
Nah, I don't know about that sincerity, honesty, and integrity. Your brother in Christ in the chat, EIEIO to you as well. But directly tying into what he was just saying there, scholarship in Islam is an absurd concept. So I will say that there is, in a sense, scholarship in that there is something resembling academic effort, but it's directed inherently at the wrong place. It's directed at how can we take the words of Allah, right, in quotes, because they're not really the words of Allah, but the words of Allah, and get around the letter of the law so that we can do whatever we want to do. And that's where the majority of Islamic so-called scholarship has been historically focused, is on laws and being a lawyer and finding all the loopholes. So
to be clear, the reason that the hadith collections were made was so that there could be unity and agreement in jurisprudence. So telling people what to do, that's why the hadith collections were made. And from the beginning, a preoccupation was how to avoid punishing people according to Muhammad's prescribed punishments.
Mm-hmm.
That's part of the reason why you could have pregnancies of extreme lengths in Islam. And by the way, just because your particular school says that pregnancy can only be 2 years long, judges within your own fiqh can turn to the other madhabs, and then they can use those selectively to avoid stoning women for fornication. Do continually. There are many examples of this. If it says 4 years, they can go to ones that say 5 or 7 and use that to increase the length. If a woman's husband didn't want her stoned, she basically wouldn't get stoned. If he wanted her stoned, she would be. That's it. If there was no extreme outcry from the family of a dead man, she wouldn't get stoned. They're like, let her live. They, oh yeah, okay, yeah, we'll recognize this kid. Then she wouldn't get stoned. All of these things. I mean, that's why Thursday night in Afghanistan is sex party with boys and animals in the bushes. That's what it is. It's sex before they get all clean on Friday. At their Friday, it's preparation for their Friday prayers in Islam. Traditionally, is having sex with boys in the bushes. And he speaks of sincerity and honesty and integrity. This is not whoopsie. This is not accidental. This is not some kind of, this is a side effect of things. This is what the religious structure was built for.
So
I mean, there's why Omar Sulieman went to a university where he did to get his degree, because even Al-Azhar would not have let him get away with this. Just being a Middle Eastern university doesn't mean that they'll like totally let your Muslim university, a Muslim university will let you get away with anything. He chose that university for a reason, just like our buddy Uthman chose one in Hadith and things, which I love. I love that he says his master's degree is in Hadith and things, because
I mean, I'm sure his paper just says Hadith, but
well, it's something like Hadith studies.
Yeah,
But
Hadith studies probably.
people who get master's degrees, like they will tell you, oh yes, my PhD is in, say, I'm in education. It's in educational psychology or educational leadership. They don't say, yeah, it's in education and stuff. You only say that because you didn't really work on it. Right?
Right.
That's why you say Haditha things, because it's not real. You like know the name of the program you're in and say it automatically in any language.
And incidentally, we never believed that Uthman's degree was worth anything. But incidentally, Jai and Daughter of Christ have found evidence that Uthman's dissertation is plagiarized as well. So there you go. Master's dissertation, obviously. He doesn't have a PhD.
And I was saying a degree from Al-Azhar University in comparison to this, because Al-Azhar is like the most highly regarded of the Islamic universities in the Islamic world for studying Islam generally. And it doesn't have like a specific Sunni madhab. It has like you can study across them and variously. And so that's one of the reasons it has a good reputation, because you can go across the degrees. But they put out some pretty wild stuff.
Well, in fairness, American universities, you can find plenty of crap being put out from.
Recently, very recently, it was not nearly so common in the past. Kind of interesting. The commonality and there being insane things published by universities. But anyway.
So a couple comments and question. First from Sam here. Is it plagiarism if you just quote scholars for 90% of your dissertation? So to be clear, if you properly quote people, it's not plagiarism. However, if you're only quoting other people, you're also not going to fulfill the requirements of a PhD dissertation. Like that might be fine for a research project in freshman class or something, but that wouldn't get you it wouldn't get you a degree.
Right.
So it wouldn't be plagiarism though, as long as you properly quote people. Daniel said when you plagiarize, you really learn nothing at all, but you end up embarrassing yourself when you're put to the test, which is exactly what happened to Omar, apparently, right? This began because people were like, man, all the stuff he's putting out is so terrible. It doesn't seem like he actually ever learned how to properly write a paper.
Yeah, that he can't write.
His own colleagues were saying this, right?
Yeah, his struggle was like in the writing portion. He wants a chapter about this, and he just can't write it. He cannot write it. So I'm not entirely sure what language it was published in, or what languages he is skilled in, and if that might have been part of the problem. Because, well, no, it had to be in English because he was going off a translation in English. So the writing was in English.
Well, he's going off it. I think they said translation. I don't think they necessarily said in English.
Oh,
but it
yeah,
definitely wasn't Arabic. Definitely was not Arabic. We know that for sure.
Yeah, and I'm not sure what his huge difficulty. I mean, I write ridiculous amounts all the time, so I don't really get writing difficulties any longer. Like, I have issues when I edit that things show up that I didn't mean, and I have to go back and edit and stuff. But that's just part of the process, all right? You know, I can, but I don't really understand. I don't get what his problem was. Like, I just don't get it.
Yeah, so his degree is from the Islamic University, Malaysia. So most likely
it's Malaysia.
His paper is written in English.
Yep.
I mean, I guess there's a small chance it could be written in Malaysian, but most likely it's written
not
in
a
English.
chance it's in Malay. Not a
Okay.
chance. Yeah. Well, I think Malaysia, one of their official languages might even be English, because yes, there's Malay.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is.
Other
English
languages.
is widely spoken in Malaysia.
Yeah.
So
Because it's way easier to learn English than some of the other. If you speak Malay, some of the other languages there are in a completely different language family, and it's just easily. Oh, there's no sound? Oh, no, Snoopy just needs to reload.
Yeah, I don't think we've been streaming for like 2 hours and there was no sound the whole time. I think we're good.
Yeah, well, Snoopy just lost her sound. So Sorry, I don't know why I thought it was in Pakistan. Maybe because I had heard, I'd listened to the other one while I was on a run, so I had actually heard it was in Malaysia. It just did not sink into my brain. It slipped right off. But
yeah, that's why it was relevant that it disappeared after he met with the prime minister of Malaysia, right?
Malaysia,
So they
right.
pulled some strings with the Malaysian university to get it pulled.
Can you imagine that? Imagine meeting with the president and hide a dissertation.
Yes. That's pretty insane.
It's not just that he doesn't want to put in the hard work of doing his own work. From the emails, he seemed like he couldn't. Like he couldn't do it. They read out some of the emails of him asking for help, and it really sounded like he couldn't do the research, and then even with the research, like he could not write it.
Well, yeah, so that's going to be, I mean, he should not have been in the position to earn a PhD in the first place if he had never acquired those skills. You know, whether for lack of ability or lack of trying, who knows, but if he hadn't acquired those skills, he should never even been in that position in the first place. So he probably cheated his way through lower levels as well. Little Christian Prince.
So he never gained the skills.
Mm-hmm.
So
I'm honestly worried about how degrees are going. I'm trying to get a doctorate degree, and I feel like it'll have no value when I get it. There definitely has been a massive degrading of the value of degrees over the years for more of the reasons than one. I mean, one being that, a degradation of societal value of these kinds of things. And on the other end, the pressure for everyone to get higher degrees. Also puts that pressure there, which then lowers the value over time. So it's a combination of things, but the important question is, are you going to change your name to Dr. Little Friend?
I mean, it really depends on what you're studying. We have academics in the family, like tenured university professors and stuff. And one of them was like on my husband, like, when are you getting your doctorate? He's like, I'm not. It's not worth anything in what I'm doing. I have as much degree as I need for what I'm doing, and that would not add anything to either my employability. I don't really want to do primary research. I like building things, and so like, why would I get one? And in my family, when people get their higher degrees, like their PhDs in my family, doctors of jurisprudence, medical doctors, that kind of thing, they do it because there's a reason. If you are in the university system on staff doing certain kinds of work, it is very valuable for you to have a doctor, and then you can be on the part of the studies as well and take part in those studies and have publications. And then when you submit what some of my family was working on as staff, it was valuable to get a PhD, and therefore the PhD was gotten. And guess what? Didn't even pay for it. Got a fellowship. So like, and some things you can't get a fellowship, but you have to decide, is this a valuable piece of paper for what I want to do? And is it constructive? Does it build me toward what I am trying to do? Is it giving me the tools and the background for what I want to do? I am one of the least educated people in the entire family, and yet I'm the one a lot of people call.
That's scary, Mary. That is scary.
Well, I'm the one they call anyway. I did not.
You just mean you have the least academic credentials.
Yes,
I don't think you actually mean you have the least education.
No. I can read more languages. I have read more things. I have studied more different areas than any of them. Bluntly, they have more specialized interests than I do. I have much wider ranging interests, and I'll go down a rabbit hole into some weird little thing and acquire knowledge of it, and then come back again, and then I know something about that weird thing. That they don't have that drive. I have a very weird drive toward just inhaling tons of information about a topic that most people do not. But they, again, when I did not see, and it may partly be my personality, the university as being a good structure to truly learn in for actual learning.
Mm-hmm.
If I had no footing in something and no idea of how to start, then it would be good. But for me, a credential, choose the credentials that you need for your objective and have a clear idea of what you're going to do with those things.
Yeah. If you have no purpose to get a college diploma, a bachelor's degree, that is, a master's degree, or a PhD, right? If you have no purpose for these things, then it would be silly to do it just for the sake of doing it. Now, I mean, there is value of learning just for the sake of learning, but you can do that without spending all the money. On topic, super chat from Mrs. Friendly Ex-Muslim. Oh, and it's finishing the the party. That's why I didn't play the thing.
I can't answer this question in a 20-minute interview, nor is it wise to do so, which is why I never brought this topic up myself. You will not find one lecture of mine about this issue. It should never be brought up in public. And I don't like these idiots, and they are idiots, wallahi. This is not something you discuss amongst the masses, ya akhi. It's not wise. I encourage anybody who is really interested to go deep to take the class. I do this class. It'll be 1 year later.
She says, Omar Sulieman plagiarized because he wants it all in life, but doesn't want to put in the hard work of actually doing his own work. That is probably correct. That, you know, he wants the status, he wants the career, but he doesn't want to actually work for it, which is pretty sad. Snoopy says, oh no, Mary is lacking in schooling. Yes, apparently Mary is lacking.
I have not been schooled. But yeah, like when I was in middle school, I found lists of great books and just started plowing through them. So I have read like a lot that many people have not read. Just yeah, I had a list of like multiple lists of great books. I have read every work of Shakespeare. Don't necessarily remember all of it fantastically because some of the early ones were not the best, especially not the Titus Andronicus. Like, sorry, I'm never reading that again. But
we got the point. We got the point, Mary. So
if you need structure, use structure.
Trivial question. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people can get benefit from university in that it forces them to have the discipline to do the work. That's certainly true. So Tenenbra Lux says, to Mary, the woman you use as an avatar eyes seem to follow my eyes. Who is she?
She is a Christian woman in the Ottoman Empire, and I believe the 18th century from the drawing style. I grabbed it really quickly, so I didn't pay all that much attention. But looking at the drawing style and how plumply she is drawn in the face of her shape, I think that she is probably the 18th century.
Mary does have a degree in Hadith science, you see. Joshua said, hopefully not plowing in the Al Zoot sense. I'd feel bad for those books. Yep. And another on-topic super chat from Mrs. Friendly Ex-Muslim.
Who ate the apple? You ate the apple. The whole apple. Yes, the whole apple. You ate it. But a small seed, you left it. You put it back into the earth. What happened? Allah, through His power, caused that to grow and to give you how many apples? Thousands.
Thousands of apples coming your way, Huda. Considering a PhD as a job in and of itself, I often wondered how Omar Sulieman managed academics and everything else in his life. Now I know. Indeed. Now you know. Thank you very much for your support. Good seeing you in the chat today. We're about halfway through the video. We don't necessarily have to finish it, but in the interest of trying to get as much done as possible, we'll try not to be distracted as much the second half.
Authority did not come from attaining celebrity status, by one's ability to orate, to charm, to entertain, to storytell, or their level of Hollywood-style videos. When academic integrity collapses in one place, it almost never collapses in isolation. What we saw in the dissertation wasn't a one-off mistake. It wasn't an anomaly. It was a pattern. And once you recognize that pattern, you begin to see it show up elsewhere. Taking credit for work you didn't produce, withholding credit from the people who did. The dissertation wasn't the beginning. It was just the most visible warning sign. What follows is not separate from the plagiarism. It is a continuation of the same academic dishonesty, expressed in a different form. Before we go any further, there's something you must understand. Yaqeen Institute is not struggling. It is not underfunded. It is not operating hand to mouth. Yaqeen's waqf, its endowment, exceeds $50 million US.
Wow.
Let that number sit with you for a moment. $50 million. And yet, despite this massive financial cushion, they continue to travel city to city, masjid to masjid, standing at the minbar, pleading for your donations. So the question is unavoidable. What exactly are you being asked to fund? Are you funding sincere scholarship? Or are you funding a system where authorship is misrepresented, credit is stolen, and integrity is merely a talking point? Are you funding dawah? Or are you funding branding? Because what multiple employees describe is not just academic misconduct, but an ideological direction that many within Yaqeen itself have described as heavily influenced by modern feminist frameworks, often at odds with classical Islamic scholarship, while being marketed under the banner of research or orthodoxy.
So what he's saying is they're seeking approval of Western society more than adherence to Islamic values.
Yes,
Now, that
they
might
are
actually be a good thing, but
well, no, it isn't, because they are the Muslims who are still going, oh, Islam is all this wonderful.
Yeah,
it's
that's
just
true.
about this. It's their main purpose is to lie about Islam to a largely Western or Westernized audience.
Mm-hmm.
They're there to distort Islam to make it seem more palatable to Westerners. They are the thin edge of the knife.
Yep.
That is what they are. So their smiling faces and their sweet speech, they are about orthodoxy, because orthodoxy includes this level of deception. Now, according to their own statements, we take nothing from governments. That doesn't mean that they don't take things from individuals, say, who might be affiliated with Qatar or other locales. There's nothing to say that they are not taking donations from individuals in these places. It's just not officially through the government. People need to understand that while he goes, well, I don't like this because it's not about orthodoxy. It is orthodox to smile in their faces and hate them in your hearts, to distort your own teachings for a different audience to make it more acceptable, to distort your teachings to keep people to please a brother, to keep them in Islam when they would otherwise leave. It serves a very important purpose in the Ummah, because otherwise the faces that everyone will see are Ali Dawah, Muhammad Hijab, all these goofballs on TikTok like Dr. Malik, who claims to recognize, Junior of all people. They are the face of Islam.
Yep.
If not for Yaqeen Institute.
And there are other Yaqeen is prominent. There are other Muslims who, don't adhere to the same sort of nonsense, but they never get popular for some reason. They never get popular. Retrals Raptor said, I came in late. Is this the guy whose channel is all about calling out ethical standards in the Islamic online and scholarly scene? So this video is from Behind Veils. Yeah, I would say that is a fair description. But then there's a related question to that from Faxifesis. It says, isn't this what Behind Veils does all the time? So when you're saying, like, you know, make Islam more palatable to the public, and I would say no, because he's not actually orienting it to the public.
No,
I
he's
mean,
not talking to us.
he believes maybe some of the same kinds of things that Yakin promotes, but he's not attempting to spread Islam to us. He's speaking to the Islamic community, which, if you actually believe that's true Islam, that is what you should be doing. So I don't think it's the same thing at all. And I have no reason to believe that he is intentionally distorting things. He probably believes everything he says. He's just unfortunately mistaken.
He is very mistaken. He is very mistaken. He has different definitions for the same words. And that's a problem of all people who are Westerners or Westernized. We have a different definition of truth. We have a different definition of virtue. We have a different definition of behaving with honor. We use the same words, but we have different definitions. And so he's super frustrated because he's like, you say you stand for all these things. They do, with their definitions. That
is the point.
When an institution with tens of millions in reserve still relies on emotional fundraising while engaging in false authorship and deceptive practices, the issue is no longer finances. It is ethics. And it is imperative that you think twice where your money is going, who really needs it, and what it's truly being used for. We now need to talk about authorship. In academia, authorship is not symbolic. It's not branding. It's not marketing. Authorship is a declaration of responsibility. When someone puts their name on a book, a paper, or a lecture, they are telling the reader, I wrote this. I stand behind it. I'm accountable for it. That standard does not disappear because the institution is religious. Multiple whistleblowers, some formerly inside Yakin Institute, including Dr. Abu Aya, have independently described the same internal practice. Yakin maintained standing arrangements with paid ghostwriters. These were not casual editors. They were writers producing substantive research, arguments, and framing on a recurring basis. Here's where the ethical breach occurs. Some of that work was published under Yakin's institutional name with no author listed at all. Other work was published under Omar Sulieman's name despite not being written by him.
So in case you don't understand what's going on here, Omar has some sort of responsibility. He has responsibility, right? He's paid by the Institute. He's responsible for producing X amount of research each year. Instead of actually doing X amount of research each year, maybe he does some, maybe he does none at all, who knows? But at least part, maybe all of his work, he's outsourcing to cheap people that he finds to do the work for him and then putting his name on it. This is exactly equivalent to a student who has a paper to write and like, I don't feel like writing the paper. They go on some website and buy the paper from someone else. And then they put their name on it. And if they get caught, they're going to be kicked out of the university, probably. And apparently that's what Omar's doing in his professional life, working for the Yakin Institute, is paying other people to do his work for him and then putting his name on it.
Yep. And again, this kind of thing will exist anywhere, but it is not disqualifying or shameful to the degree, except what's disqualifying and shameful is that it's revealed. Well, right, that's a problem. But that he does it isn't really a problem.
I mean, it should be a problem. I mean, I get what you're saying. It's not an ethical problem in Islam. I would think even if it's not an ethical problem, the institution really should not be allowing that to happen because they're wasting their money.
As of today, 10 books published in conjunction with the Yaqeen Institute carry Omar Sulieman's name as the sole author, and 2 other books co-authored. According to multiple testimonies, he did not write them. Let me make it abundantly clear. At least 10 of these books were not written by him. This is not about collaboration.
10 books. Not
He
10
can't write.
papers.
Like, he can't write. He struggles to write. He asks people to write for him, and yet he has 2 books in his name. That's actually kind of funny.
Hey, he's copying Muhammad's example. Muhammad couldn't write, so he had scribes write. Well, he at least dictated, so that's not really the same thing, actually. But but that's crazy. I mean, 10 papers would be crazy enough, but 10 books, that is an enormous amount of material.
Oh, but you see, he told them what to write about, so it's all good.
Yeah, write me a book on the Quran. I think the first one said Quran, so write me a book about the Quran. And then see, I told them to write about the Quran, so it's my work. Wow, that's just insane.
It is not about assistance, it is about misattribution. And misattribution is academic dishonesty. It is the same behavior we saw in the dissertation, just expressed in a different format.
Yeah, so to be clear, it wouldn't be illegal. It's not illegal to pay someone else, and then as long as you're not like stealing their work and they're actually being paid and they're giving you permission, then yes, you can put your name on someone else's work legally. But it certainly is unethical, and it certainly is a huge violation of academic standards. And this Yaqeen Institute is supposed to be this academic organization proving that Islam is not the evil thing that terrorists represent, right? Crazy.
Else does the work, another person takes the credit, and the public is never told. That is deception, and it matters because people believe they are learning directly from Omar Sulieman as a perceived scholar, when in reality, they may be reading work written by unnamed individuals whose qualifications and accountability are completely hidden. That is a breach of trust. There are also books published with listed co-authors, including Muhammad al-Shinawi and Ismail Kamdar. Given the seriousness of these allegations, it is reasonable and necessary for all listed authors to clarify what Omar Sulieman actually contributed, if anything, and what portions of the work he personally authored. Transparency is not optional when credibility is in question.
The Leering Center is a meme by now, no? Well, yes. I mean, it's certainly a meme. It's not really the same thing because, I mean, that's a different kind of fraud. I mean, it's funny because they misspelled learning, obviously, but that was a different kind of fraud. It wasn't that, they were giving out degrees falsely or graduating people from first grade falsely or whatever. It was that they didn't have any actual students. Right, they're just collecting money when there were no actual students. So not really the same kind of fraud, but yes, very much a funny meme.
Now here is the part that is impossible to ignore. On Yaqeen Institute's own website, under its academic integrity statement, they write,
"Maintaining integrity in our work is not only a value Yaqeen promotes as an academic standard, but is an ethical value integral to the good character of a believing Muslim. Honesty in our writing and acknowledging our indebtedness to the works of others through proper citation and referencing is both an academic and Islamic virtue. This is perhaps most evident in the Isnad system developed for authenticating hadith and retracing the source of the information in a very detailed manner. We ask that you please maintain academic integrity and honor the tradition by giving proper credit through citations where credit is due, whether that be in the form of quotations, paraphrased sections, or even borrowed ideas or framing."
Those are their words.
And that's a standard statement that you could find it. I mean, the wording will vary slightly, but that's a standard idea that you can find at pretty much any university or academic organization, that plagiarism isn't just copying exact sentences without credit. It's not crediting paraphrases. It's not crediting unique ideas. Obviously, you don't have to credit someone for saying the sun is hot or something. But if it's a unique idea that you're relying on for your argumentation, you need to cite the person. Even if you're not quoting them or paraphrasing them, you're just referencing their idea, you still have to properly cite the person. That is the academic standard.
Yet multiple whistleblowers describe repeated violations of this exact principle. A simple search of Yaqeen's website reveals numerous publications attributed to anonymous authors. According to multiple sources, many of these authors did not request anonymity. Their names were removed without consent. Once again, the same pattern appears. Work is produced, credit is withheld, the audience is misled. One final example makes this pattern unmistakably clear. There is a lecture by Omar Sulieman titled Ending the Debate of Aisha radiallahu anha's Age, with over 1.5 million views on YouTube. The research for that lecture was done by a Column Seminary student who was paid $300. That researcher is never credited.
Just real quick here. Real Talk says, "We Unitarians are real Christians. You hijacked our religion. You're just polytheist pagans. Call your religion something else, you idiot, if you don't want to be associated with Christians. Now get on topic or get lost. Christians are Trinitarian. That is how the religion is defined. You don't like that? You don't want to be associated with that? Call yourself something else."
At this point, the pattern is no longer deniable. When you place the dissertation plagiarism alongside the use of ghostwriters, the misattributed books, the removal of real authors' names, you are not looking at coincidence. You are looking at consistency. A consistent disregard for academic integrity, a consistent taking of credit for work done by others, and a consistent and systemic failure to honor the very standards being publicly stated on Yaqeen Institute's own website.
So that's a very important point here. This isn't just about Omar cheating, right? So Omar could have cheated in theory, like he could have deceived his employer in addition to the university, he could have deceived his employer and no one would have had any idea. But what Salman is pointing out is that this is a pattern across the Institute. It's not really restricted to him. They have a pattern of not crediting people for the work they do. Releasing things anonymously, allowing things that haven't been checked on their site, allowing papers where there are no citations. There no one is credited for anything. And so it seems that little blurb they published there, it doesn't seem that's actually a value of the organization.
This is no longer about a single dissertation. It is about a pattern of academic dishonesty, and patterns demand answers. Up until this point, everything you have seen rests on rigorous academic analyses, side-by-side comparison, similarity score, citation change, suppressed access, institutional silence. For many viewers, that is already more than enough. But we also know this: no matter how overwhelming the evidence, there will always be people who refuse to acknowledge the definitive findings by experts in their fields. Some will claim it's a coincidence. Some will say it's a misunderstanding. Some will argue technicalities. So what we are about to show you is not interpretation. It is not analysis. It is not opinion. It is direct evidence in Omar Sulieman's own words. And it is the most damning piece of evidence in this entire case. For more than a year, multiple academics investigated this dissertation. They examined the text, traced the sources, documented the plagiarism, and followed every institutional process available to them. Still, doubts persisted. Then, when all official avenues had failed, something unexpected happened. A second whistleblower, whose identity remains concealed for safety reasons, reached out and provided screenshots from an email exchange directly with Omar Sulieman himself. We did not solicit this person. We did not know them. We had no prior relationship. They came forward on their own. And given the timing, after months of delays, roadblocks, and unanswered questions, it is difficult not to see this moment as anything other than divine intervention. Because what these screenshots reveal removes all ambiguity. These emails were sent while Omar Sulieman was working to complete his doctoral dissertation. They were sent in what can only be described as a panicked effort to finish it. According to the whistleblower, Omar Sulieman reached out presenting the request as editorial assistance, seeking guidance, structural feedback, and suggestions to help him meet his deadline. The understanding was that any outlines, arguments, or draft material provided would be fully redeveloped and later rewritten with proper citations by Omar Sulieman himself.
But notice, hang on one second here.
Voice and
that's not research. Asking people for help is not research. Just want to be clear here. You can't ask people. If you can't do the research yourself, you can't get a PhD.
Mm-hmm. Well, so this would be while he's at the Yaqeen Institute, obviously.
Yeah, but he was asking for help and finishing his PhD. But if you cannot do the research yourself,
no. I think that what he's asking for help on, unless I misunderstood, I think what he's asking help on is what he's obligated to produce in order to be paid by Yaqeen Institute.
Oh, well,
which
I know
doesn't make it any better. It's just different.
Well, no, I know that this happened with his thesis or with his dissertation.
Okay, maybe it's both.
With his dissertation as well, that he would ask people for feedback. He'd talk about different sections and things like that. So, yeah.
Yeah, it could be both, which would not be surprising at all, right? If you got away with it at university, why would you do anything different in your professional life?
If you can't write, then when you learn to? If you can't research,
exactly.
You can't write. If you can't back it up.
Marion said safety reasons?
So this guy is not AI. He does have a speaking pattern that is very similar to AI, but AI does have that speaking pattern because people like to use it on social media. It's not this, but this. These comparisons and then lists of things, especially lists of 3. This, and this. And all of this comparing one thing to another is very, 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 very indicative of AI. But some people,
but it got
he
the
talks that
pattern
way
from
even in
somewhere.
his comments. But the information is still true. He talks this way in his comments too. I think he just has there are a few things that aren't really AI like. So I think that he is the type of person whose speech patterns are that which AI really likes to draw on, because he really likes setting up these dramatic comparisons. But
yeah, so
again, he doesn't have to be presenting things in his own word necessarily. Anyway, he is presenting information, not taking credit for. He's like, these people brought this to me, right? So,
yeah, and I mean, I've seen enough of his videos. I mean, I think this is just actually the way he talks, right? As Mary pointed out, the AI learned the pattern from somewhere. There are people that actually talk that way, so.
It's the
a real
pattern.
Person.
It's the pattern that you see in all the kind of smarmy posts on either LinkedIn or on Facebook, like where they're talking about their family and things like that and giving life advice. Those and then advertising copy are the 3 things that AI very, very much draws from, and those very often have these comparisons. It's not this, but this. This is not this, but it is this. And here is a list of this kind of bullet point type of thing. So yeah. He has a perfect narrator voice. The envy of AI narrators.
That's why they copied him. The AI copied him. I guess AI has figured that kind of pattern holds human attention better, which is true, right? Which is exactly why it's found in, say, advertising copy, for example. It may not be as natural as Mary and I on this live stream or whatever, but it is more engaging, and that's why that pattern has been copied. And I think that's actually just the way he talks, right? There are people that talk that way. It's a learned behavior, obviously, but so is any speech pattern. So Militant said, this man in the video, he's an imam, right? I don't think that he's an imam. I don't think he holds an official position at a mosque, but he certainly could be if he wanted to be. Let's put it that way. Frog One earlier triggered the apple, as did Snoopy. Kifa triggered the stripper and the apple, and a super chat from Ronnie.
Yo, chat, Islam is false.
Oh, man.
No! No!
I didn't have time to fix
Yes,
it.
is like a snake because he can't say Jesus is God. So that's funny. For those who don't know, that's burp that this AI has. That sometimes it just hisses.
Yeah, so I got to retrain the model, but I didn't have time to do that between yesterday and today. We tested it yesterday, and it's like, very rare, but occasionally between thoughts it goes crazy. But Islam is false, Jesus is God. Amen. Thank you for your support there. All right. What in the world was that? That was the snake. That was the snake that refuses to say Jesus is God. Your AI needs an exorcism. Yeah. I haven't encountered this problem before, but when I've tried to train it on Malik's voice twice, and both times it happened. So maybe it's just Malik. Maybe it's just Malik.
Expertise. That distinction matters because the individual who assisted him has since stated that they would never knowingly write portions of someone else's dissertation for submission under that person's name. Only later did this individual realize that the agreement had been breached. The dissertation was submitted using the editor's work rather than Omar Sulieman's own original contributions. In one of these emails, Omar Sulieman writes,
Barakallahu feek, Akhil Habib, much appreciated. If you see room to beef up the Sirah chapter as well, please do.
Let's pause here.
That's okay. First, well, I guess you could probably ethically have someone edit your dissertation for prose, spelling, grammar, whatever. But to say beef it up, that is not an editing activity, let alone something ethical to do in a dissertation there. Beef up the Sirah chapter. And the guy who ends up doing the work, he says that he would not have knowingly done it, but a bit naive if you think that he's saying beef up a chapter and that isn't him asking you to do the work for him.
Beef up the Sirah chapter. There is no alternate interpretation of this sentence. He is not asking for feedback. He is not asking for proofreading. He is not asking for stylistic edits. He is asking another individual to add substantial content to his dissertation so that it appears more complete under his own name. That alone is academic misconduct.
Agreed.
But the evidence does not stop there. In another email to the same individual, Omar Sulieman writes,
By the way, I love what you did with chapter 3.
Read that again. I love what you did with chapter 3. Not what you suggested, not your comments, not your feedback, what you did. This is not inference. This is not speculation. This is not circumstantial. This is direct admission that someone else authored significant portions of his dissertation. And when you place these emails alongside the documented plagiarism, the copied passages, the lifted citations, and the systematic concealment of the dissertation itself, all of the puzzle pieces now line up, and the picture becomes crystal clear, paired with an indisputable conclusion. These screenshots are the keystone of the entire case. They do not merely support the plagiarism findings. They explain them. They show how the plagiarism happened. They show why the dissertation contains copied material. And they show that this was not accidental. It was deliberate. At this point, denial is no longer an argument. Silence is no longer neutrality. It is now incumbent upon the International Islamic University of Malaysia, Southern Methodist University, Yaqeen Institute, Al-Maghrib Institute, and all affiliated bodies to respond publicly, transparently, and honestly. Because when the evidence comes directly from the subject's own words, there is nothing left to reinterpret. This is the moment where the discussion ends and accountability begins. I want to address a common critique that comes up. Brother, why did you not address this privately? Because the betrayal of the public's trust is a public matter.
I agree, but not Islamically. I agree that public figures, public behavior can properly be called out publicly without, approaching them privately first. That doesn't mean you can't approach them privately, but damage is done publicly when someone teaches something false publicly or acts dishonestly publicly, and you can rightfully call it out publicly. But Islam teaches something very different, right? They teach that you should keep it private no matter what.
Well, he's trying to say that it's already a public matter because it's a betrayal of the public. But no, every sin has public repercussions. Like every sin of the sort that someone could expose has public repercussions. But you're told not to expose it because Allah. So, sorry, did we, I had to leave for a moment to heat up my water. Did we do the super chat a while back that asked about Rambam?
No.
Maimonides? Why don't we go ahead and pull that one up? Because it's been a long time.
It's not the oldest, but I can call it up if you want. It wasn't on topic, so I didn't see any reason to do it.
Well, it was a question, so.
Yeah.
Might as well
But
answer
it's not
the
an
question.
on-topic question. Whatever. I'll pull it up.
All
Cold
right.
Train with a super chat for Mary.
They give a loan to Allah. What is the reward? The reward in this life is that the money will come back double. You give 100, 200 will come back. Sooner or later. Believe me. All money that is given for the sake of Allah, it comes back. And I'm sure that all of you have experience.
So the question here for Mary is, do you think that Mohammedis tongue there, was heavily influenced by Islam to the point where he made Judaism a mere image of Islam when it comes to how God is perceived, not just being a father and formless?
Absolutely. Absolutely. He does not have any, well, that's a specific branch of Islam. So he's partly reacting to certain bits of Islam, but he is working within a dominantly Islamic framework, because a lot of Islamic, like the Salafi, would disagree about the formlessness, right? So he's working within that framework. Before him, there was no theology of God in Judaism. There was for centuries. There was
really?
There was no theology of God, and the theology of God, like in terms of what He is, there is not. They define themselves by not being Christian and by rejecting Christianity and following certain traditions. And they had different activities, such as, for example, the Merkabah mysticism, which slightly infected Christianity, but those people were kind of kicked out of Christianity. They were weirdos in the desert. The people who were infected by the same strain were called I've forgotten the word in Aramaic, but it means the ones who pray. And they were weirdos in the desert who briefly tried to influence things and then got shut down really fast because people are like, no, this is nonsense, heresy. There was no concept of heretical views of God. There was no concept of a coherent theology of God. All the things that Christians developed, the Jews did not have. God has many, many different parts in certain divisions of Judaism, and others he doesn't in the late development. They do not have a coherent theology of God or an agreement about what God is. And a lot of them just point to Maimonides because of his influence. But then they, like, he invented this and was the sole originator. This was not we searched the scriptures and come to this conclusion. It was, he has great influence, so he's going to say this. And so if you go to, oh goodness, what's his name? Ash, former Jew, he talks about how, what Jews today think is their theology comes from Rambam in the Middle Ages. It's not ancient. It's not what Jews thought throughout. They did not have a coherent view of God. They largely define themselves on, we follow the rabbis and we reject Jesus.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much for that donation, Cole. And let me take one other super chat as well from Harbinger.
Early, and this is indeed a sign, yet most of them are not believers. Give alone to Allah, give alone to Allah. Ride the wings of Gabriel, give alone to Allah.
Says God bless you. God bless you as well, Steve. All right, let's get back to the video.
In our tradition, when narrators of sacred knowledge violated public trust, even in personal matters.
Oh, sorry. There was one comment that I wanted to pull up before we move on. Public sin, that's all they have is sin. So I think it's actually beneficial because he's saying, it's in the public, therefore it can be called out publicly. Islam has a very different conception of, public sin. It's not that no one knows about it, right? So private sin, right? You do it in your own house and only the direct person affected knows about it. No, that's not what they mean. That's not the difference. Lots of people could know about it. The whole community in principle could know about it. What's different, what makes it public is that people talk about it without the person themselves talking about it. It has nothing to do with how many people know it. So just wanted to clarify that there, because again, same term, different meaning. We see this a lot in Islam.
So it's actually Ash Mays who states that, who is the one who has a really good video specifically about the history of the conception of God, somewhere in here. Here we go. This rabbi rewrote the God of Israel. Here we go.
All right, check that out if you are interested. Mary put a link to the channel. She could put a direct link to that video as well. But for now, we'll get back to Salman.
Was not to be accepted. They were disqualified. There are literally books with the names of these individuals that were compiled and preserved over many centuries. And I want to highlight something very important. Prior to the publishing of this video, I reached out directly to Omar Sulieman this past Ramadan. In fact, we had exactly 176 text messages exchanged. He had every opportunity to take steps to rectify his wrongs. But as with every individual who was given a chance, their arrogance and defiance reigned superior to their God consciousness and their moral, ethical, and religious responsibilities. When plagiarism is minimized, a dangerous message is sent. It tells students that cheating is acceptable if the outcome is prestigious enough. It tells youth that honesty, it's optional. It tells institutions that accountability only applies to the powerless.
I mean, like, yeah, this is Islam, my guy. This is Islam, my guy. Again, what happens in the bushes on Thursday night? This is not an oopsie. This is inherent to what Islam is. That's why I'm a big fat jerk and I want Muslims to be forced to live under what Islam claims to be, which is, would execute you for that. What Islam claims to be, execute you for that. So live under what you claim. Live under what you claim, because you are playing games with, Islam itself plays games with words.
This is Islam, my guy. Clip that. So maybe we should bring it back. Putting hashtag notable in the chat to encourage me to clip things. Maybe I should start making clips from these videos for sure. It's always just a matter of, question of time. If only I could just hire people to do all my work for me, like Omar.
The Prophet ﷺ said, whoever cheats us is not one of us. This standard applies equally, regardless.
Well, I mean, Muhammad says it, right? Whoever cheats me is what he's really thinking, right? Or my friends, whatever outsider, they cheat us. They're not one of us anymore. But if we cheat the kuffar, that's not a problem, right? I mean, I would say Muhammad engaged in some cheating.
Of status, popularity, or eloquence. At this point, there is no confusion left. The evidence has been presented. The admissions have been shown. The pattern is undeniable. What remains now is a choice, and that choice belongs to institutions, scholars, leaders, and to you. And if you think everything you've heard so far is disturbing, listen carefully to this. What I am about to share does not come from critics. It does not come from anonymous commentators. It does not come from outsiders. It comes from within Yaqeen Institute itself.
So real quickly here, someone said they'd never heard that hadith, which, I mean, in fairness, I never heard it either. Shoot, where is that coming? That they hadn't heard it. Anyway, I did look it up real quickly. It is a portion of a hadith from Sahih Muslim, but it's only a portion of it. The rest is, it says, whoever takes up arms against us is not one of us, and whoever cheats us is not one of us, which does provide a little bit more context as to why Muhammad was saying that. If you come against his armies, then you are not a Muslim. And so it's not, in context, the cheating isn't about business or, interpersonal relationships. It's about dealing improperly with Muhammad's army.
One in whose hands is my soul. 3 separate Yaqeen employees, individuals who worked with Omar Sulieman, have independently described him using the same word, a liar. These are not random people from the internet. These are not disgruntled community members. These are people who sat in meetings, who saw internal processes, who witnessed what happens when the cameras are off. One of them, a highly educated, deeply respected individual, used words that are difficult to hear, but impossible to ignore. They described Omar Sulieman as exhibiting traits consistent with a narcissistic psychopath. I know how unbelievable that sounds, but let me ask you something.
And again, psychopathy and narcissism are totally different things, by the way, and you're unlikely to be both. And yes, he does show the traits of being a grandiose narcissist. He really does show those traits. Dark triads are becoming more common, but they are very, very common in the East because that's what Muhammad was. Muhammad was a grandiose narcissist. He was. That's what he was. I don't want, he's following the pattern of his prophet. All of Muhammad's traits, his emphasis on haya, his quote, modesty, unquote. Muhammad is too shy to tell you to not bother me when I eat, but Allah, or don't hang out my house after you eat, to when I want to have sex with my new wife, but Allah is not that shy. Allah has a certain number of pages in the Quran And guess what he needs to tell you? He needs to tell you, get out of Muhammad's house so he can have sex with his new wife. What he doesn't need to do is spell out how you do your prayers. Like that's not needed. But what is needed is, because again, the dude's a narcissist. Muhammad was a grandiose narcissist from the beginning. He was demanding that his people make him their prophet and give him money. There are verses in the Quran about how they are supposed to be giving him money and they're not. Just want to be clear about that. He wasn't just hanging out, doing his own thing, innocently by himself. No, he, from the beginning, claimed that he should be the leader of the entire people. And they just wouldn't listen to that. Why? Because he's a grandiose narcissist. Why does this surprise you? It's only because you're sitting there hanging out with your sealed nectar and not paying attention to what the good sources say. You're not paying attention to what's in these sources.
Potato Sandwich says, but Allah is not shy of the truth. Yes, indeed. And it just occurred to me that I could probably get a guy saying Allah is not shy because they'll be quoting the Quran. So I'm going to look for that for my soundboard. Someone saying Allah is not shy. It's funny though, because you laughed or whatever and had me pause the video, and I was thinking you were laughing at him saying, I know this is very surprising or very unbelievable or whatever he said exactly, because I was like,
I was laughing at that too.
It's like, that's exactly what I expect from the community.
Believable when respected imams were exposed for financial fraud? Was it believable when du'at were exposed for sexual abuse? Was it believable when religious leaders were exposed for secret wives, secret marriages, and secret misconduct?
Yes.
Every single time, people said the same thing. This can't be true, until it was. Internal testimony does not replace evidence. But when internal testimony aligns perfectly with documented behavior, plagiarism, misattribution, deception, concealment, it becomes confirmation, not coincidence. And this is why silence from those inside the institution is no longer defensible. It is no longer ignorance. It is participation. To the PhD holders at Yaqeen Institute, Dr. Usman Omarji, Dr. Julio Rivera, Dr. Tasneem Al-Kayuk, Dr. Altaf Hussein, Dr. Ovamir Anjum, and Dr. Tahir Wyatt. You know exactly what academic integrity requires. You have spent years earning your credentials the right way. Silence at this stage is not academic caution. It is not neutrality. It is complicity. History will not record your academic titles. It will record whether you stood for truth when it became inconvenient. To the executive board of...
Well, I don't know about that history thing, but I do agree with what he said before that about the silence isn't an option, or neutrality isn't an option, or concealing it's not a viable option. If the Yaqeen Institute chooses to do nothing about this and say nothing about it, that is implicitly saying that it is allowed, it is acceptable, it is something that they don't have a problem with, which for an organization that wants to paint itself as being, academic and honest and what a Westerner would expect of a good religion, not a smart move.
Yaqeen Institute, Junaid Dean, Ashraf Motiwala, Faisal Sheikh, Altaf Hussein. You were entrusted with stewardship, not brand protection. Your own institute's policies on authorship and integrity have been violated. The allegations of misattribution are now public. The pattern of academic dishonesty has been exposed. So the question is simple. Will you uphold your values, or will you protect a personality because it's profitable? Because silence is not risk management. It is a failure to fulfill your religious responsibility. to collaborating religious scholars and public figures, Sheikh Abdullah Duru, Sheikh Muhammad al-Shinawi, Sheikh Tam Fakini. Moral authority is not selective. Truth, it's not seasonal. And integrity does not disappear when controversy appears. Yes, speaking up may cost you proximity, it may cost you access, it may cost you comfort. But our deen was never built on comfort. The Prophet ﷺ advised Abu Dawud radiallahu anh, قُولِ الْحَقِّ وَلَوْ كَانَ مُرًّا. Speak.
Our deen was never based on comfort. Muhammad, he was not about having comfortable bathrooms. He was very afraid of the comfortable bathrooms. And he was not about having non-dirt floors. That would be too comfortable.
And this whole Abu Dar is my buddy. He's my buddy who reveals all sorts of incredibly embarrassing things that other people had the good sense to pretend Muhammad didn't say. But speak the truth, even if it is bitter. In what context? What's the context for that? Why don't you ever give context? What truth is to be spoken? Truth defined in Islamic sense is something that is pleasing to the hearers or helpful for the ummah as a whole. It pleases the hearer or it promotes Islam. So it may be bitter to you to speak the truth because you are going to get personal, things happen to you. But if it promotes the ummah, not honesty, not truth as we understand it in the ummah, but just that people that people believe in Islam, follow Islam. That's what they mean by truth there. So it's just like jihadis. Jihad, even though you dislike it. That's the kind of definition of truth in these circumstances. But Abu Dar is my guy because he says he tells all kinds of really, really stupid ahadith that Muhammad says, and everybody else pretends he doesn't say. Do what?
Would it be fair to say that Abu Dar is passing on this saying of Muhammad because he's being accused of saying a bunch of stupid stuff? and people are calling him out, and it's like, likely. Muhammad told me to tell the truth even when it's bitter.
Yeah, most likely. And other people repeated it, but the really knowledgeable folks, the people who later became the judges and so on, they didn't give these. This dude who went out into his little hut and sat by himself, he gave these, but not. I mean, Abu Dar might not have even understood the context because he was a kind of pagan-y, monotheistic-y guy before. But yeah.
All right.
Speak the truth, even if it is bitter. This is one of those moments. Now, let me speak directly to the youth of this ummah. You are constantly told to be honest, to work hard, to earn your credentials with integrity. But what happens when leaders violate those standards and are protected? So here's the satirical but devastating reality you are being shown. If institutions stay silent, if scholars look away, if accountability is reserved only for the powerless, then congratulations, you've just been given permission. Go ahead and plagiarize, cut corners. Let ChatGPT write your paper to ensure you meet that deadline. Cheat on that Al-Maghrib exam to ensure you get course credits. Copy and paste portions of your thesis to ensure you get your PhD. And if you get caught, just say, Omar Sulieman did it, and nobody cared. If he can do it, why can't I? That is the message silence sends. Standards matter. Integrity matters.
I mean, that is the message it sends. He's not wrong. He gets caught and his employer's like, who cares? Why? How can you legitimately say to the student, well, I mean, obviously a student at a different university of different teachers, whatever, it's not a direct comparison, but at minimum, how could they legitimately say at the university that Omar went, you get in trouble, but he doesn't, and that doesn't make any sense.
And when those who violate them are shielded, everyone pays the price. This investigation is now public. The evidence is available. The excuses no longer cut it. Responsibility now lies with the International Islamic University of Malaysia, Southern Methodist University, Yaqeen Institute, Al Maghrib Institute, Valley Ranch Islamic Center.
And by the
It's
way,
no longer a
at this
question.
point, I do not trust SMU to strip him of any credentials. And there's a reason for this. I do not trust him to strip him of any credentials because that would be racist because, Muslims cheat. And it's racist because, like, Muslim is a race. And again, I'm using it the way the leftists do. It is racist to condemn Muslims for being what Muslims are, which is cheaters. That is the rationale of leftist Westerners. And despite its name, SMU is controlled by leftists. So
I was wondering what the
SMU
relevance of SMU is. I was like, did he get his undergraduate degree
Southern
there?
Methodist
No,
University. Sorry, for those who don't know.
Yeah.
SMU,
No, he's a current professor at SMU.
Yeah. They're controlled by leftists. And he has no credentials to be a professor, for heaven's sake. He has no...
Well, he's an adjunct professor, so there is that. But.
Yeah, there is that, but still. He doesn't even have the proper credentials for that. Because his Malay degree is fake, and also, what has he published in peer-reviewed publications that would lead him to be an adjunct? Right? Nothing. He's not a proper professor of anything. So, but SMU is going to be extremely unlikely to take action because they fundamentally believe that Islam equals race equals incapable of truth, incapable of honesty, incapable of the standards that white people, let me be blunt, white people can be held to. Because they're people of color. And for them, people of color who are outside this Christian framework are mental midgets and moral midgets. But we have to say their deformed morality is still like something positive and good because that's what we do. We affirm their corrupted morality. And yes, that is what you are. What you are as a person of color who is a Muslim is a liar, a fraud, and a cheat. And to say that is bad is to say being a brown Muslim is bad. That is what the people who are in authority at SMU believe. And then they call us racist for saying that I don't care whether or not you're Muslim. You can't lie, steal, cheat, do dirty things. You shouldn't do that.
Nalana doesn't like my cats. It says that they're seriously ugly.
So what are the other? Which one is the ugly one?
I don't know. And then he said that cats are dirty cats. I mean, cats are one of the cleanest animals there are, but whatever. You can call my cats names. Their feelings won't be hurt. So it's worse, actually, Mary. I looked up Mr. Omar Sulieman's affiliation with Southern Methodist University. He is a member of the Ethics Center Advisory Board.
Of course he is, because why wouldn't he be? Because again, you need to be inclusive of these deformed, poor, stupid brown people who are Muslim. And again, these leftists identify Christianity and Christian values as whiteness. Completely errantly, but incorrectly in every way. Yet they identify it as racial so that, again, they can boil this down to the very genetic racial essentialism that they pretend to deny. They actually affirm, and they do credit Muslims with every foul deed that they do, and then say that they're not foul because they do them. This is Islam. Islam is this cheating. Islam is this lying, and we can't say it's bad because that would be bigoted, because this is who they are born to be. That's what leftists believe. That is what leftists believe. If you do not believe this, then they condemn you as a racist because they will not accept that all of the lying, cheating, rape, murder, stealing, violence, everything else is not essential to who they are and to the race that they have constructed for them, which is people of color, is now its racial category, right? And again,
as if people from very different parts of the world are somehow similar because their skin is darker than my skin. I mean, it's so silly. So silly.
There's some very pale East Asians, but they magically get to be people of color too.
But looking at Omar's background here, he was born in New Orleans, i.e. in the United States.
Yep.
Grew up
in one of the most corrupt, one of the most corrupt cities in the United States, which is hilarious. And yet, the most corrupt city, he absorbed values that are so contrary to his faith. And I mean, there is a level of recognition of knowing that truth is right, knowing what goodness is. Every human being has with a certain level of ability to perceive, right? There are highly disabled and very young people who can't find, demented people can't find, but to understand that there are things like goodness, justice, mercy, truth, love, but then to get away from that, they redefine them. To get away from that, to still claim that word, but then to cling to the sin, they redefine the words away from what they truly actually mean.
So Nolana, black cats are the worst thing to have demons. I mean, if you're trying to prove that we shouldn't take you seriously, good job saying that all black cats have demons. You sound just like Muhammad.
I think he's joking. I think
he might be. I don't know.
Joking.
But Fozzie Dawa is not joking. He says, "Thank you for the stream. You confirmed the racism as Christians."
Okay, so again, Fozzie Dawa says that Islam
it's racist
is a race
to treat Muslims the same as everyone else.
Yeah, it is racist to believe that those who are born into Islam and happen to have brown skin are not inherently liars, thieves, murderers, and rapists. Because that's my position. The leftists believe that you are inherently that. So Fozzie Dawa, is it racist to condemn lying, murdering, and thievery because it is inherent to your brown skin? I just want you to say that, because that is what you are arguing at this point.
It's literally what he's arguing. You're like, these idiots, they say that it's racist to say that Muslims don't have to lie. And then he's like, you're the racist. Anyway, to finish what I was trying to say, Omar Sulieman, he was born in the United States, grew up in the United States, was involved in some weird charity work or whatever in the United States. He founded the Yaqeen Institute in the United States. And then for some reason, he went to Malaysia to get his degree. Why did he go to an American university to get his degree?
Well, why
Seems
didn't
like
go
he was
to
selecting a university that he thought he could easily get a degree from without putting in any real work.
Well, if you want to get a degree in Islamic topics, you should go to a highly regarded Islamic university if you're going to reject American universities, which he didn't.
Yeah, it seems that he knew what he was doing right from the start, is what I'm getting at here. Maybe he has a family member from Malaysia or something, but he certainly has no strong ties to Malaysia. He just picked that because he thought it would be beneficial to him. And well, I guess he was right. He went to a university where they wouldn't care whether he was plagiarizing or not, and in fact would cover it up for him. So good job by him selecting the right university, I guess. All right. We got 4 minutes left in the video. Let me take a couple messages from the chat first. Potato Sandwich with a super chat.
Plagiarized dissertation. He should have just taken all his material from Amit Didat.
I don't know why I didn't finish the message there, but I think I know a thing or two about that, says the goat apologist indeed. I don't know if Nike has ever come up with an original argument or if everything is literally just copy pasted from D dot. Potato Sandwich and Frog One both triggered the apple. All right, let's get some more of the video. We're close to finishing.
Of evidence. It is a question of integrity. We have published a page which details this entire investigation, the complete plagiarism report, source comparisons, citation trails, responses from institutions and leaders, or the lack thereof. We will document every action taken and every silence that follows, because accountability requires visibility. And as Omar Sulieman himself once said,
silence is absolute complicity.
Silence is absolute complicity. Despite all of this, some will still deny. They will say it's AI, it was photoshopped, it's not verifiable. Despite none of the above being true, let us make this very simple. Alhamdulillah, our deen allows us to infuse a tremendous amount of weight into our testimonies by taking an oath. So we at Behind...
Indeed it does, which is kind of strange, but hey, he's got something right about Islam, that if you swear by Allah, it takes way more weight than anything you see with your eyes.
Veils, the team of researchers, and the whistleblowers, we all invite Omar Sulieman to take an oath. Take an oath that no part of your PhD dissertation was written by another person, and that every book bearing your name was written entirely by you. And if you cannot, then come forward and admit your mistakes and accept the consequences as a result of them. If not, just know history is never forgiving for those who, despite being exposed, remain arrogant and defiant. Many years back, Omar Sulieman spearheaded a campaign against his previous employer and friend in an effort to destroy his reputation, credibility, and ostracizing him by getting organizations and masajid to not invite him or engage with him. That campaign still lives until this very day. But when this all broke out, Omar Sulieman published an article on Muslim matters titled, "What do I do when I find out my favorite preacher is corrupt?"
Was that just like a giant FU?
Yeah.
So, you know, people are investigating you for being corrupt. And what is your response? You publish an article saying, what do I do when I find out that my imam is corrupt?
I believe that was right after that huge sex scandal with that one imam who was super, super worldwide famous. So I think that there was an actual.
Oh, I mean, he was probably asked by Yakeen to write the article for unrelated reasons, but nonetheless, the timing, that's quite something. You can go to Moscow and buy a degree on the subway trains. I don't know if that's true, but I mean, there certainly are places in the world where you can just pay money and get a degree. In fact, there are non-accredited quote unquote universities in the United States that you can do that at. So if you really want a piece of paper that says you're special, you could get it.
In response, we have mirrored this article fueled by the same moral and religious duty and submitted it for publishing with Muslim Matters. We'll see if the executive director, Siraj Muhammad, is willing to publish it, or if they deem it to not be in their best interest. In the case they refuse to publish it, we have made it available on our site, and it is titled, "What?"
You guys used to kiss his D. Now you're criticizing him. I wonder what he did. What are you talking about? You mean Omar Sulieman?
No,
Do you mean
behind veils
Salman?
guy. Yeah.
Because one, we always pointed out when he was wrong about Islam, and two,
Yeah,
we're not
always.
criticizing him.
No, we're not criticizing him personally. He's trying to do something that is objectively virtuous.
Yeah.
We're pointing out why it's pointless and he will get nowhere. That's why we're pointing it out. So
Dude,
again,
we're not criticizing Salman.
No,
You need to turn your brain on, buddy.
we're criticizing his knowledge of Islam and his expectation. So again, I ask you, is it racist to say that there is nothing inherently murderous, dishonest, vile about brown people using the moral standards ascribed to white people, but actually from Christianity by the left?
And if that statement was too difficult for you to understand, Fozzie, let me simplify it for you. Is it racist to say that Muslims are not inherently evil? You need to answer that question, because you told us that we were racist for saying that Muslims are not inherently evil. Maybe you were just too stupid, or maybe you just weren't paying attention. You didn't understand what we were saying, but that's literally what we were saying. And you got all this racist
let's
for
say
saying that.
Inherently evil more than any other person born on this earth. That because of
Okay, fair
your
enough.
heritage at birth, you have no more propensity to sin.
I was trying to
than anyone else.
simplify it for his tiny brain, Mary.
Yes, but
And now you're making it more difficult. Can you
okay,
repeat?
well, I'm going to
Sure.
repeat one more time.
Mary will repeat the complex version, and then I'll repeat the simple version.
I will do a simple version. Is it racist to say that because of your genetic background, your race, it causes you to do things like lie in academic contexts, like Omar Sulieman? So Omar Sulieman, he is a fraud. I am saying that he is not a fraud because of his genetic background, because of his race. That is what I am saying.
So that
Is
was
it
Mary's version
racist
of
to
simple.
say,
Or
yeah,
not.
Is
Maybe
it
she has more
racist to say that that Omar Sulieman, good grief, is it racist to say that Omar Sulieman is no more forced or inclined to commit academic fraud than a white person based on genetics?
Mm-hmm. Now I'll give you that's Mary's version of simple. Now I'll give you a simpler version that is actually only one sentence. Is it a racist to say that Omar and other Muslims are not genetically inferior in such a way that makes them lie? Is that a racist statement? Well, we'll see what his answer is. I have a feeling he's still not going to understand, but we'll see. And to be clear, that's not because of his race or his religion. It's because of him. He's evil because he's giving his life to Satan. Simple, you guys are dump.
Well,
That
yeah,
wasn't
I
the
mean, he is
question.
giving his life to Satan because he's a
That's
Muslim.
true. That's true. But that's not the question.
That's not the
The
question.
question is it racist to say that it is not part of his genetic makeup that makes him more of a liar than any other person by their genetic makeup? I think he's too, unfortunately, I think that Fuzzy is just, his brain is too fuzzy and he can't understand simple statements.
No, he can't. He can't.
but we're racists because he came in here and said, "You guys are racist. Thanks for proving Christianity's racist."
Because if you say that Muslims, if you disagree with us that those who are born into genetic lineages that tend to be more Muslim are not predisposed to be evil by our standards of evil. If you're saying that we are wrong, then you are a very strange person. If you're saying that's racist, you have a very strange definition of racism.
Snoopy got it wrong here. He said Fozzie is dumb. No, Fozzie is dump. Get it right.
He is dump. Very dump.
You guys are dump. Man. All right, let's get the rest of this video, then see if Fozzie can come up with a response as to whether or not it's racist to say that people are not genetically inclined to lie.
What do I do when I find out my favorite preacher is dishonest? So what do you do? Here's the thing. Today, that question has been answered.
You guys are evil as fuck, and not because whatever race you are. That isn't the question. Why can't you answer the question?
He can't answer the question. And by the way, he's saying that we're evil because we're saying that Muslims do not have a genetic propensity to be evil. They just choose it. Now, let me ask you, Fozzie, when Muslims come into a country, what happens to the crime rate? Who is evil? Who is evil? The random assortment of people of other faiths in Western countries, or Muslims in comparison? Who are the rapists? Who are the murderers? Who are the thieves more than any other group? It's Muslims. Why are you rapists, murderers, and thieves? It's not about race. It's about Islam. Muslims are murderers, rapists, and thieves because they are Muslims. You have this belief. You serve Satan, as you said, as you already admitted. You are servants of Satan. And so when you come into a country, you immediately rape the women. You immediately rape the children. You immediately steal anything that's not nailed down. You immediately try to exploit the system. You immediately start killing people. Because you are, the fact that Muslims are highly evil is not even a debatable point. The overwhelming evidence is that Muslims are evil to a degree that is not seen among any other group represented in Western societies. They are uniquely depraved. They are uniquely criminal. They are uniquely evil. And
you know
I am
what?
saying that it's not because of your genetic makeup. It's because of your faith, because you do serve demons.
I was going to say, and you know what? The same applies whether it's a Muslim from Africa or the Middle East or the Stan region, subcontinent, whatever you want to call it, or from India or from Indonesia or from Malaysia or from the West, right? A white Muslim also is inclined to the same activities. It seems to be a problem with Islam. It has nothing to do with race or genetics or whatever.
Albanians are white. Albanians are some of the most murderous, rapey, disgusting, perverted, revolting groups as a whole in Western Europe when they move into a place, because Albanians as a group are heavily Muslim. It is the ideology that is prevalent among these people that makes you evil, violent thieves. It is not your genetic background. It's not the color of your skin. It's not what country you grew up in. It's not the latitude that your country is in. It is purely and exclusively your ideology. And yeah, there are things in genetic background that people can't help. Some people are stupid because their parents they're massively inbred for generations, but there are very honorable, good, honest people who aren't very smart. Like, you don't have to be smart to be good. There are evil, conniving, wicked people who are highly intelligent. That doesn't determine whether or not you're good or evil. What determines whether or not you're good or evil is the ideology you operate under. It is objective fact that Muslims are evil at a massively disproportionate rate, overtly evil, the most obvious evil crimes at a massively disproportionate rate, no matter where they come from. It's your ideology.
All right. So he has a challenge for us. His challenge is invalid, but I'm going to meet it in a way that is actually valid. He says, cite an independent source, liberal source, which shows Muslims make up a majority population in the U.S. prison. I will concede. I wonder why he's defining independent source as liberal. But nonetheless, I got an article here for you from the Taiba Foundation, from an Islamic organization. How many Muslims are there in U.S. prisons today? There are many, many Muslims in prison across the U.S. In fact, a 2019 report found that Muslims make up as much as 9% of the U.S. state and federal population, despite comprising only 1% of the total U.S. population.
Okay, Fozzie, do you understand basic mathematics? This is an issue where being very stupid could be a problem for you. So they are 1% of the US population. So if they were equally evil with everybody else, they should be 1%, less than 1% of the prison population. They are 9 times more common in prison. What does that mean? That means that Muslims, at minimum, for the most obvious crimes, are 9 times more likely to commit the most obvious times. 9 times.
Yeah, but he's too stupid. He's too stupid. 9%, last time I checked, 9% was less than 50.
Are you retarded? Answer my question.
If 100, hey, genius, 100% of the prisoners in Saudi Arabia are Muslims. Do you think that somehow shows that Islam is evil? It's about math. If you're 1% of the population at large, I'm just going to use 1. It's really less than 1. But if you're 1% of the population at large and you're 9% of the prison population, you are way overrepresented among the prison population. If you're just going to go greater than 50, well, guess what? Every single Muslim majority country, greater than 50% of the population in jail is Muslim. I guarantee it.
Yep.
Oh, my goodness. Therefore, Islam is evil. This guy is just mentally retarded. I'm sorry. He is mentally retarded.
Everyone, this is what happens when your cousins marry over and over again so that you are more closely related. Your parents are more closely related to each other than full siblings. So I know you're very stupid. You're a very stupid man. But let us try something very simple that a 5-year-old can understand. If you have a bucket that has 100 marbles in it, and one of those marbles is red and the rest are white, and you reach your hand in and just pull it out, what is the chance that you should get a marble that's red? It's 1%.
50%.
It's 1%. So if you have a huge bucket that has 1,000 marbles in it, and out of those marbles, 10 of them are red and they're all mixed up, and you start pulling out marbles over and over and over again, if you have the same chance of pulling out a red marble as a white marble, you ought to have 1%. For Muslims to be no more evil than random other people, which includes, by the way, atheists are heavily disproportionately, the non-religious are heavily disproportionately represented in prison over those who even claim, yeah, I identify as Christian. If you just pull out randomly, you ought to have 1 out of every 100 prisoners in the U.S. prison system being Muslim. If you have more than 1 out of every 100 prisoners being represented in the prison system, then Muslims are uniquely evil compared to the rest of the population. There might be other uniquely evil groups, but Muslims are evil in comparison to other groups. When you have them represented 9 times more, that tells you that Muslims are 9 times more evil, 9 times more criminal, 9 times. And I know that you are the product of incest. But even you know how embarrassing this is for you. Even you must realize how you have humiliated yourself. Because I guarantee that a 5-year-old can be made to understand this. Because I have taught this to 5-year-olds, not even just my own 5-year-olds, but like average intelligence children who are 5 years old can grasp this. If you can't and you pretend not to, this is damning to your society at a level that literally everyone but you understands.
These 2 comments, these 2 comments win the day here. 9 times, chat. Can you believe it? 9 times.
So Fozzie has shown that
Mary's too focused on Fozzie to enjoy.
That he has he has chosen to demonstrate that Muslims are 900% as evil as the general population, including atheists. That includes atheists, right?
9 times, chat. 9 times. And this one was also really good. He's going to say the white marbles are racist because he said white marbles.
Yeah, something like that.
99% are white marbles. They're racists.
Yeah, he went to the Leering Center. He went to the Leering Center. That's where he got his education.
Islam, now 900% more evil.
Yep.
Indeed.
So when you speak again, you must tell me, why are Muslims 900% more evil than a random collection of other people in the U.S.?
He asked for that stat. I mean, I wasn't going to pull it up.
For it. He begged for it, and he wanted to stand by it. So here's a Muslim source explaining that Muslims are 900% more evil than all the rest of the general population put together. Why are Muslims 900% more evil?
That's the Fuzzy Leering Center.
Yeah, he truly went to the Fuzzy Leering Center because he went straight up and asked that.
9 times, chat. 9 times. All right, let's finish the video.
And the answer is not blind loyalty. It is not silence. It is following the prophetic model of accountability. The sad truth is these organizations, these leaders, they will remain pin drop silent. For them, their personal relationship and standing with celebrities like Omar Sulieman is far more important than embodying a position of integrity. In fact, you may even see some of them post on their social media talking about how Omar is a good and sincere person. These are all deflections and attempts to minimize the severity of one's misconduct and actions. Do not be fooled, do not be misled, and do not be brainwashed. Even a wolf amongst sheep will blend in and use its charm. Our religion is not based on personalities, the level of one's charisma, their smile, their gentleness, or even their portrayal of piety. It is based on words and actions. And today, the deceit has come to light.
Sorry to pause the deceit coming to light, but I'm just astonished. This is his response. We went to the exact stat he wanted us to go to. And what is his response? Answer my question, buddy. You say Muslims are marrying cousins? Don't it mean you say Muslims are genetically bad? That's racism.
So it's racist to say that you're being a product of incest makes you dumber. No. The incest is caused by Islam, which is not a race. It turns out that Fawzi is, in fact, every bit as stupid as he appears. Again, Fawzi, you need to answer my question. Why are Muslims not 900% more evil than everyone else as a group in the United States? Why are they 900 times more evil? Or 900%?
Asked me to look
9
up.
times. You need to answer that. Why are Muslims 900% more evil than other groups? And why are you denying this?
9 times, chat.
And it is not your race that makes you stupid. If you would stop marrying your cousin, which is an action that you take because of Islam, you would stop having such stupid children like you who come and claim that Muslims aren't violent because 1% of the population isn't 50% of the more than 50% of the prison population. Like, that is unspeakably stupid and embarrassing. And the fact that you don't know that, again, is a consequence of the behavior of Muslims. Their incest causes their children to be incapable of rational thought, combined with their terrible education. But don't worry, trust me, everyone I know who's left Islam, they've like immediately gained 10 IQ points. So you could be out of the intellectually disabled range in no time. Leave Islam, you'll make it into low normal, and then your life will be better.
And who knows? Depending on your age, you might still have time to increase your intellect as well. But at minimum, leaving Islam is going to help no matter how low you are on the scale. I see Mary's right. We see this universally. Someone leaves Islam and then suddenly their thought process improves.
Yeah,
It's
like overnight. But you know, it says that I will send a spirit of stupor over you. The true God himself tells you that if you persist in sin and depravity, you will be denied access to good thought. Maybe he actually is an enemy of Islam, because this is hilarious. Like, but the truth is, I've talked to way too many Muslims. He's sincere. This is Islam, folks. This is Islam.
Our conductors are race now. Our window washers are race now.
Apparently.
Yeah. Whatever career Fawzi has, that is insulting his crew would also be racist, I'm sure. All right, let's rewind a tiny bit to get the closing thoughts of Salman. I promise I won't interrupt him again.
And do not be brainwashed. Even a wolf amongst sheep will blend in and use its charm. Our religion is not based on personalities, the level of one's charisma, their smile, their gentleness, or even their portrayal of piety. It is based on words and actions. And today, the deceit has come to light, and the truth has been told. The Prophet ﷺ said, "Whoever cheats us is not one of us."
And then you can get their investigation report. I'll go ahead and let it play. Go to Omar Sulieman.phd to get the investigative report. That's a good website. I like that website name.
That's a good website.
He seems to only have one hadith that he can use to support his case, strangely enough. But I do agree, even if I don't agree that Islam really cares, I do agree that this is a serious issue, and Omar Sulieman should be removed from his position at an academic or pseudo-academic organization in the Yaqeen Institute. despite him founding the institute, he does not seem to adhere to the values that they claim to follow, which means either two possibilities. Either they are frauds, which is probably the reality, or they need to remove him. Wow. Wow. Yusuf Khan, representing his religion. I'm not going to read this, but I'm going to put it up on the screen before I block him. This is what you get in Islam. They can't answer any of our arguments. They can't answer any of our points. So they just come in and make vile comments.
And keep in mind that to them, this is the way their brains work. This is how their brains work. Why? Because they can't imagine a woman and a man doing anything together without the man wanting to sexually exploit the woman, because he is a pervert. Why is he a pervert, chat? Is it because of his genetics? Is it racial? No, it's because of Islam. Islam is 900% more vile, evil, and violent in what they are convicted of, when they don't even report crimes that one does to another, because again, they have the culture of cover-up, so the actual statistics are massively higher. They are 900 times more vile, evil, and violent, and here is a demonstration of that. What happens when you give your mind over to depravity? This is what happens. Islam is an anti-Christ religion, and so they are anti-Christ individuals. They have depraved minds. They see a woman and they're like, sex. I would rape that woman if I could, because that's what the Companions did. That's why women were locked in their houses, so they would stop being abused by men. And abuse was defined as either consensual going off or being grabbed and raped, because that was happening too among the best of people, Muhammad's closest followers. So again, we have a beautiful representative of the religion of Muhammad, a representative of Allah, teaching what Allah instills in the minds of his followers. Why? Because he is a demon. They worship a demon, and you get the results of demons, the fruit of demons, the rotten fruit of the rotten tree.
Absolutely. When Yusuf Khan heard the word job, that's what he immediately thought of. Yeah, pretty much. I brought this article back up because, I do want to thank our friend for drawing our attention to this. Again, this is written by a Muslim organization. Notice what they argue. Anecdotal evidence suggests the real number may be even more, held artificially low by lack of records in many institutions. So, in fact, this Muslim article is saying that the 9% is underrepresenting the number of Muslims in prison.
Because it's taking the number of people, the institutions that report Muslim identity, and dividing it by the total number of prisoners.
Uh-huh.
And it says in many institutions, what percentage of the institutions don't report on religion? Because we should just take those out and multiply by the correct number.
So 9 times is an underestimate.
Yep. The floor is that they are 900% more vile, evil, and violent.
So there you go. There you go. I mean, there are other factors, of course. It's not exclusively that there are more Muslims entering, although there are more Muslims entering. They also recruit heavily in prison, which is going to increase the number of Muslims in prison. But why do they recruit heavily in prison? Because Islam has a nice message for those prisoners. Hey, all those nasty, horrible things that you did that got you in jail, you know what you can do? You can continue to do those things, but convert to Islam, and then they're halal. So it is partially recruiting, obviously, but that doesn't help you really, because they're able to recruit with their very appealing message that you can be a criminal and be a Muslim. Frog one. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, and then Fozzie, the moron, comes in. Muslims don't do crimes, so if they're in jail, they're not Muslims. Absolutely no Islamic authority holds this to be true. That is just a lie. You know it's a lie. There are prisons in Islamic states. You would have to kill everyone who commits any crime in Islam because
Well, no, he said sin. He said sin.
Yeah. So any sin, you would have to kill them because they'd be an apostate. This is an Islamic organization recognizing these violent, vile people are Muslims. Violent, vile people who are Muslims commit enormous amounts of sins, and violent, vile people are disproportionately attracted to the religion of evil and violence, which is Islam. Both things are true.
Yep. So problem number one, you're not put in prison for sin, you're put in prison for crime. Maybe they don't consider it a sin. Did you ever consider that? I mean, Muhammad wouldn't have considered a lot of these things sin. He wouldn't have considered it a sin to rape a little girl and call it a marriage, for example, but that's definitely a crime. Problem number two.
Oh,
every man commits sin, yourself included. I know that you know this. I know that you're not that dense, right? You may be incredibly below average in intelligence, but I guarantee that you know that you've committed sins. So you're saying that you're not a Muslim by your definition.
Yep. And Jack Ray said, too many Maliks. And this is another example of Malik style of thought. There are indeed too many people thinking like Malik here. So, but you affirmed before that there were Muslims in prison. Now you're running to something else. Again, why are Muslims at least 900% more likely to be violent and vile? Because you said that they would not be overrepresented. That is the only way your statement could have made sense.
I'm gonna be generous
to say majority.
I'm gonna be generous to you, Fuzzy. All right. They are no longer Muslims. They've taken themselves out of Islam. But why are people who were Muslims and still identify incorrectly in their own mind as Muslims, why are they 900% more likely to commit crimes? If you go to Qatar, a fully Muslim country, you can leave your car outside with keys and no one will steal. But in a Christian country, Brazil, you can't even take out your phone. Lol. This is a causation, not equal correlation fallacy. So you're saying because there's a correlation between a particular country being Muslim and there being low crime in that particular country, that it must be Islam. But hold on a second. If I go to, let's say Pakistan, is that still true? Can I leave my car outside running with the keys in it and no one will steal it in Pakistan? Or will it be gone in 5 seconds? I think you know the answer. I think you know the answer. Do you know that in many Islamic countries, it is very common for people to steal the shoes that people take off to go into the mosque?
Yep.
People will come around and steal the freaking shoes of Muslims who are praying.
And I live in America, and I leave the keys in my car all the time, and I leave it unlocked. And I have absolutely no worry that anyone will steal it where I live. No worry. So not an issue. And a huge proportion of, like, compared to Islam, come on, you cherry picked what you thought was the least likely country. And by the way, if you're in Alaska, people keep their cars running in the wintertime and nobody steals their car. They have to keep them running or they'll freeze up and they won't be able to restart them again. They go to the grocery store, they leave it running with the keys in it, go inside, come out, and it's there.
Yeah. Crime.
And by the way, Qatar has modern slavery.
Yeah, they do have slavery. That is also true.
All right.
I also imagine there's probably some cars stolen, but
there are.
Regardless, that's not really the point. The point is that your evidence says nothing at all because it's not a function of people's religion, how much crime there is in that particular area.
But you know what it is a function of? Let's go to a country that has Muslims and non-Muslims in it a Western country that has Westerners in it, because we're not comparing them to pagans in India, and who is committing a disproportionate number of car thefts within that country, within a given system, who does more stealing? Muslims.
Yeah, see, that's valid because they're, at least in principle, affected by the same cultural factors, the same economic factors. Comparing two different countries is not valid because they're completely different. They have tons and tons and tons of variables. I know that this is going way over your head, but I'm going to say it anyway. They have tons and tons of different variables that contribute to the crime rate that you can't isolate for.
Ready for this one? How Canada became the car theft capital of the world. Where are these being sold? A few months later, that very same truck appeared on a website, vehicles for sale in Ghana. These are Muslim thievery gangs who are driving up the rates of crime internationally in Canada. These are largely Muslim rings.
Hey, and if you want to see a place with zero crime, go to Singapore. It's not a Muslim country.
They just have brutal criminal punishments for things. And it's pretty, combined with their culture, it's pretty effective. Pretty effective.
It's almost like there are other factors that can contribute to crime rate other than religion. Who would have guessed?
And it's specifically, the port system is causing this to be so widely, such a wide problem. And it's all being shipped to Muslim countries.
In Muslim ghettos, the car insurance rates are much higher because Muslims did a lot of car insurance scams. No, that's racism. You can't.
Oh yeah, that's absolutely true. They're huge scammers in terms of causing accidents and then making false claims. There are so many videos online of Muslims trying to cause crashes.
In America, you got gun violence. Violence.
In America, Muslims do more gun violence than other people.
You know why we have gun violence in America? Because we have guns. You know why they have knife violence in other places? Because they don't have guns, but they have knives.
And in those places, wait, who is it who's disproportionately killing people? Oh yeah, it's Muslims again.
Yeah, Muslims in America disproportionately kill people with guns. In other countries, they disproportionately kill people with knives or swords or with their hands. Man, it's almost like it's not the type of weapon that you use. That's something else.
Crazy.
That's strange because there's like, I don't know, 100 or so Christian majority countries in the world. And none of them have high gun violence. None of the ones that don't allow guns have high gun violence. It's almost like it has nothing to do with Christianity.
And very little to do with guns in terms of murder rate. It's just that if you can get guns easily, that's how people will be killed, with guns. So again, let's keep in mind, Muslims commit a disproportionate amount of murders with guns in the United States. Why is that? Why are Muslims far more likely to shoot people than non-Muslims in the United States?
Other countries also have guns and don't have as much gun violence as well. I mean, there's countries that have more gun violence proportionally than the America, and there's countries
and have a lot less guns. Yeah. But we're talking about,
there are other factors, right? It's not just that America has relatively easy gun access. There are other factors involved. Certainly, as I just explained, there are many confounding variables, right? There's many causes to these things. But to say Christianity is a cause is nonsense.
Like, for example, our rate of illegal immigration from violent countries. That's a big factor. And recent gun violence. Before that, it was drug running.
Show me the evidence. You guys
We
are
already
not
showed
trustworthy,
you.
bro. It was
I know
literally
you're
on your
stupid.
screen, you freaking idiot.
We already showed you. So again, a Muslim source says that Muslims are 900 times more, or 900%. I keep confusing times and percent. 900% more likely to be in prison than anyone else convicted of terrible crimes.
Mm-hmm.
So why does Islam ride together with violence and crime so closely? All right.
All right,
think we're
we've
ready
made
to-
our point. We've done
Yep.
enough of this. I got to take the comments from earlier. Sam Apologetics says, did you know Allah said it's okay to have sex with animals during Hajj? I want to clarify, Allah did not say it was okay. However, he says all of your sins are forgiven when you do Hajj, and especially when you kiss the black stone. And thus, Muslims take advantage of that and say, okay, now's my chance to have sex with animals because I'm about to have all my sins forgiven. So just wanted to clarify.
Oh, wait, I
Frog-
should have said, you're correct. I should have said 800% more.
Yeah, I knew that you were
900%
saying the
as
wrong
many.
thing, but I was just
Sorry.
letting it slide.
I was saying the wrong thing the entire time. Sorry about that. 800% more likely, 900% as much. There we go.
Mm-hmm. I was
Much
letting it
apologies.
slide because it was unimportant. Share the
Would
source,
you please
bro.
put the link
You
in there?
Yeah, sure, no problem. I preloaded a fake page.
So you think that we developed a fake page because we have magical abilities to know that you would come in here and would say these silly things? No, that is not it.
I did this on November 9th, 2023, because I knew that Fozzie Dawa was going to be here.
You founded the Talha. What is that? I can't read
Taba.
what it.
Tayba.
Taiba. The Taiba Foundation. So he founded an Islamic foundation many years ago in anticipation of this. So 9 times
And
800% more, 900% in comparison to.
And not only that, I put in a link to the actual report that they're relying on, which is apparently by another Muslim organization. I didn't even know where this was going to point to. I just clicked on it. But apparently it's also a Muslim organization that did the study that they're relying on. And I'll go ahead and put a link to that in the chat as well.
And
Man.
someone here is who is trying to defend Islam and is now blocked. We are fully hidden now. Said, "Ha! Hatun saw what happens when you mess with Islam." Yes, that's our point. You are violent, vile, evil, disgusting, filthy creatures. You are revolting. You should not be tolerated in any civilized society. Islam should be run out of the world. If we invade an Islamic country, it should only be to extinguish this foul, demonic excuse of a religion, this faith of demons. You are correct. We do know that. That is our argument. Islam is filthy, evil, violent, vile, nasty, depraved, disgusting, revolting, and has no place in a civilized society. Therefore, any interaction that we ought to have with Islam should be in its extermination. The idea, this stupid, backwards, upside down, post-enlightenment idea that we will go and just show the Muslims that they're just confused about religion when they're evil, filthy, nasty, disgusting, and vile, that they just don't know their religion when they're backwards, stupid, disgusting, and revolting, is wrong. If we go into another country and do anything with them, it ought to be for the extermination of this vile, violent philosophy. We should help make Muhammad's prophecy true, that it will crawl back into its hole like the snake that it is. It is the religion of the snake. It is one of the religions of demons. And we should help make it crawl back into its hole in the desert like the snake it is, which is why I'm here. You are right. That is Islam. Islam is evil. It is vile. It is filthy. If you speak against its vileness and filthiness, it will attack you. Yes, it needs to die.
All right. So, two things. First of all, notice the extreme irony here, right? Fozzie's here telling us Muslims are very peaceful. And then another Muslim comes in named Muhammad and is like, yes, we are very violent. Dude found out that we're very violent. So just notice the irony there. Now he's like saying, you guys are liars. Now, this is an unrelated point, but Fozzie said, you guys are liars. See, it says that they're converting. I literally said that. I literally said that it's a combination of higher rates at entry and conversion, but the conversion doesn't help you any because they're converting to Islam because Islam allows for their criminal behavior. Listen, buddy, listen. You can't call me out and say you didn't say something that I literally said. You need to listen.
Islam is uniquely appealing to the vile and depraved mind. It is the religion of the vile and depraved. The vile and depraved who commit crimes go into jail. The atheists and the irreligious who go into jail are attracted to the vile and violent religion. If you want to look at crime rates at conviction, you will still find Muslims overrepresented by multiples of other groups. Because Islam is a religion of the vile and the violent. Islam teaches vileness and violence. It just gives it other names.
Yeah. All right. So we're going to ask Mary to contain herself. That was a great rant. I enjoyed it quite a bit, but I do want to get through the last of the chat so we can finish the stream. Frog One Dog sent in a gifted membership.
If you want your wealth to increase in this dunya, then give sadaqah more and more. Every single day, 2 angels come down. One of them is making dua for those who give. He says, Ya Allah, give those who give.
Thank you very much for that. And remember, the angels are watching you. Steven triggered Halal Hog. Scorpion triggered Happy Birthday. Snoopy triggered Uh-oh. Frog One with a second gifted membership.
Who ate the apple? You ate the apple. The whole apple. Yes, the whole apple. You ate it. But a small seed, you left it. You put it back into the earth. What happened? Allah, through His power, caused that to grow and to give you how many apples? Thousands.
Thousands indeed. Fine. Mad Monkey timed Fozzie out. I was about to pull up his last 2 messages. I'll still read them. I just can't pull them up. David Wood is violent, depraved. Got it. He was violently depraved. He went to prison for his crimes. He self-identified as an atheist before he went there. And then he found Jesus in prison, and he hasn't committed any violence or crimes since then. So thank you.
Unlike the Muslims who come out of prison and are incredibly likely to went straight back up in prison because they are embracing the religion because it appeals to their evil. We know it appeals to their evil because before people go into prison, they're far more likely to be Muslims than the general population when they commit evil crimes. Fozzie, the only thing that you can say when you come back is that you can explain why Muslims are so likely to be rapists. Why do Muslims rape so much compared to other people in the same society? If you do not have an answer for that, then you will be put in timeout until tomorrow.
I think he may already be. I don't know how long he was timed out for.
10 seconds.
But okay, either way, generalized crime, right? You know, there's plenty of crimes that Muslims may only be slightly more likely to commit, or maybe even less likely to commit. But rape, yeah, I bet you Muslims are like 50 times more likely to be involved with rape. Not an exact stat. Don't be like, you're lying. It's only 47 times.
Yeah.
just a number I'm throwing out there. But I think rape in particular seems to be something that Muslims are very fond of. And his second comment was, she, meaning you, Mary, has a demon in her. You can hear her hate coming out. I recommend you pray to Allah to take away this demon. So Mary said Mary was hateful of demons, right? She was hateful of demons. And his logic is, you need to pray to Allah so he can take his demon away from you, Mary.
So I condemn and infuriated by evil, depravity, and injustice. And for Fozzie, being enraged by evil and sin is the opposite of Islam. I agree. Islam is never enraged by depravity. Islam is never enraged by sin. Islam loves sin. So for him, the idea that you would be enraged by depravity is whatever the opposite of Islam is. Yes, I have the opposite of Islam. I am enraged by depravity and evil. I am enraged by injustice. You love it. Why? Because you worship Baal. You worship a literal stone idol that comes from pagan Arabia and that people stood before and identified with Hubal, and identified with Wad, and identified with other gods, and Allah, who was a pagan god of Arabia. The pagan god Allah, which became a title of Wad and Hubal, he became syncretized with them. So, yes, I am against your desert demons. And to you, that's so bizarre. You're so used to being demonically possessed and loving rape and loving murder and loving violence, that to you, the absence of that seems demonic. Great job representing a religion.
Yep. Oh, what a religion. What a religion. When they prostrate and chant Alhamdulillah, demons manifest around them.
Muhammad actually did introduce the way they stick their butts up in the air. That was new. They did bow down before, but the butt up in the air was new because men flashing everyone with their little junk, because remember, their underwear, it did not go between their legs. It was just a skirt. So if all you had on was a short skirt, when you did that, everybody saw your junk dangling down. That was new. Muhammad introduced the butt up. That's kind of telling.
Hey, are you prepping for the debate of whether Islam was more homosexual or pedophilic?
I'll have to feed that one to David because I'm arguing the other point.
Because that needs to be in the debate. That needs to be in the debate.
Someone said upper butthole to Allah. Well, actually, Islamic theology says that when you are praying and you feel like you have farted, it may just be demons standing on your butthole, pulling on your butthole hairs, tickling it. And unless you smell it, you should not believe that it is an actual fart, but should think that it might be jinn playing with your butthole hairs. This is Islam, boys and girls.
Oh my goodness gracious. This is so weird.
Jinn play with butthole hairs in Islam, in the mosque. Jinn not only enter the mosque, but play with your butthole hairs there.
Guys, this is Islam. This is Islam. Let me get the last couple messages here. Kifa triggered the apple. Frog one says 50% incest rates. Or as Shem would say, halal hog. Yeah, well, it varies. It varies. We did a stream on that recently. In some Muslim countries, cousin marriage is well above 50%. And I believe it was Pakistan leads the world in this amazing statistic with something like 70%. 72, 71, something around there percent cousin marriages. So don't say Muslims don't lead the world in anything, guys. Triggered halal hog. Mad Monkey also triggered halal hog. Snoopy triggered it as well using Dumb Momo. I'm not quite sure how to pronounce that. Momo and Frog One with the apple as the last of the comments there. Your closing thoughts, Mary.
So, I have sympathy for the goal of Behind Veils. But he is so Americanized in his mind and so westernized and has absorbed osmotically values that are unique to Christianity. Definitions, like words actually meaning what they say, that idea is unique to Christianity, that when you say a word, it should like be congruent with its apparent meaning. Like he has absorbed all of this and thinks that that is what you can do in Islam. And you can't. There is no way out of this. There is no way forward. Omar Sulieman will never be held accountable in Islam. It is a rare day when literally anyone is held accountable for anything, because it is not what Islam teaches. Islam never teaches accountability. It never teaches honesty. It never teaches truth. Islam is the religion of covering up sins, hiding them, continuing in them and hiding them. And it is the religion of, the proof of Islam is supposed to be that Allah has made doing this so easy for you, because he's given you so many ways to get rid of any accountability for your sins. That's what's supposed to be the proof of Islam, is that Islam's easy. You can get out of everything. You can get away with everything. You don't have no responsibility. Allah does all these things for you so that the game is easy for you to win. And then you just get labeled as being good or good enough or hidden or erased. He needs to leave Islam. He will never make any progress in this because it is antithetical to what Islam actually teaches. And no matter how many westernized Muslims he runs into, he will come into a wall of actual Islam.
Just a correction. Talmudic Tunnels Inc. said 67%. And yes, I do believe that was the correct number. I said about 70, and then I said, actually, I think it's a little higher, but he's right. It was a little below 70. 67 seems right to me. It was the ethnically Pakistani population in the UK where it reached close to 75%, which is the number I was thinking of in my head. But it's because they have the added benefit of being able to bring a relative to the UK, that it gets even higher there. And we did have one last super chat.
Yo, Chad, Allah needs a loan so he can bless us. Hurry up, Chad. Give me, Allah, your money.
Accurate. Thank you very much for that. Although, in fairness, Malik is not interested in collecting donations. He has plenty of money from his trust fund, as he told us. I know he's committing tax fraud. I've run a trust fund. I have a trust fund. He didn't say I run. He said, I have a trust fund. I have to do accounting. Yeah, give it a year. Give it a year, and that 67 might be 72. Who knows? Zero chance of being assured of salvation in Islam. That's true, even from an Islamic perspective. However, the true God, all right, the Muslim, despite his low IQ, he was right. He pointed out that if you sin, you fall short of the glory of God indirectly. He said, if you ever sin, you can't be a Muslim. Oh, great. Then no one is a Muslim, because everyone sins. Everyone falls short of even their own defective standards, let alone God's perfect standard. And Christianity alone provides the answer to that. What is the answer? Is it to try harder? Is it to learn the correct rules? Is it to, no, the actual solution is God does the work. God takes responsibility and destroys our sins on the cross, and then imputes his righteousness upon us when he rises from the dead, gives us the gift of eternal life if we choose to accept it. But it is a choice. It is not something that is just automatic. Choice is up to you. You can be like the one Muslim in the chat. You can be like Muhammad and say, I'm so proud that we're violent. Islam is the truth and we're going to kill you if you disagree. Yeah, or you can be like Fuzzy Brain, the other prominent Muslim in the chat, although we did have a few others from time to time, who was like, no, Islam is the best. No Muslim is ever sinful. So you can be in denial. You can admit the truth about Islam. But if you reject God, you reject God. The only solution is to come to Christ, who can change your heart, not just your behavior. And that applies to Salman as well, by the way. The only hope of him actually seeing a better world is to come to Christ and receive the redemption. That is the only solution for the world. Just telling people to be better isn't going to do anything. And Frog One sneaking in 5 gifted right at the end.
And Allah will bless you in a million ways. You find the tree will grow and you will have lots and lots of wealth. This is the example that we gave to the children. And I'm letting you know that when you sow that seed by giving, you shall receive much more than you gave by the will of Allah. Give as much as you can, for indeed you will reap much more than you have sown.
We got Mufti Mek closing us out there. Talmudic Tunnel said she was just joking that it wasn't 67. He was just making a 6-7 joke, but I think it actually was. I'm pretty sure it was actually 67. So he may have been intending to joke, but Allah intended it to reveal the truth or something. Yeah, Salman is a good person from a human perspective. He shouldn't be with that gang of criminals. We pray for his eyes to be open and him to come out of Islam. With that, we'll close out. Thank you, everyone, for watching today. We'll be back next week. We'll either look at more of this academic fraud, the developments that happened after the initial accusations, or we'll be learning how the so-called Prophet Muhammad was sexually abused as a child. I'll be working on the top 100 ways to respect the Quran on the next couple days, so you probably won't see me online either here or any other channel for the next few days, but we'll be back soon. I'm sure things will pop up. Maybe Malik will start running his mouth again, or maybe he'll actually take Ramadan off. We will see. Until we meet again, everyone, we'll close out, as always, with a prayer from Pastor Jake.
Pray this ceaselessly. Lord Jesus Christ, Son of God, have mercy on me. Lord Jesus Christ, Son of God, have mercy on me. Lord Jesus Christ, Son of God, have mercy on me.